should we realize that Pleasant Terrace, written the first thing China did for them as a
Okay.
That's the tariff on saying they do it, right? 1.2% of that total.
We'll open the work
What was from increased.
Officially at 6:34 with a roll call.
You know, I don't know.
Commissioner Carlton.
Here.
Commissioner Lasowski.
Here.
Commissioner McLean Wenzel. Here. Commissioner Logan.
Here.
Commissioner Mobley.
Here.
Commissioner Abrams.
Here.
Chairman Crosby.
With that, we'll go right into the work session. I'll turn it over to Kim.
Thank you very much. Kelly asked me to come and talk with you a little bit about our branding strategy and also about the Sandy Community Campus and give you some updates on those projects. So the reason why branding happened is because of that. And this isn't even all of the unofficial brands that we had that, you know, traditionally all of the departments in the city kind of ran in a silo and everybody did their own thing, and there was really not a lot of continuity. This doesn't include what the library was using or what the police department was using, so you can see we're kind of all over the place. We didn't have anything very unifying, so it was hard to identify what was Sandy's logo. And then if you also look below, we had a Sandy Municipal Code in Chapter 1 that prohibited the use of the seal in some of the ways that we were utilizing it. So we were violating our own Sandy Municipal Code, right? So that's kind of an issue we needed to address. So what happened was Sarah McIntyre got here in 2015, the library director, and she saw that, you know, sometimes it takes a fresh set of eyes to see something that you're used to all the time. And she said, hey, we're kind of a mess. We don't really have anything unifying us. We should probably look at doing a new branding. And from there, she went to the city manager, which was Seth at the time. And they hired Chris Wilhelmy's, I don't know what the relationship's, Luke, who's a graphic artist, and he came in and did a big evaluation on all of the forms we had and all the brochures we used and all the branding, different strategies we had, all of that, and he came up with a report that said, we really need to clean this up and unify the city, make it make sense. And he had some recommendations about you really need a professional company to come and help with this. And it was at this point that the Gateway to Mount Hood came up as, is that problematic for our businesses? Does that connotate a pass-through kind of community? So we weren't really sure how that would be, but he interviewed a lot of folks throughout this process, business members, community members, staff, things like that. And that's where that kind of came up the first time. So he did this comprehensive report, which basically said you need to get a strategy going, you need to hire a professional company. So Seth went out with an RFP and had several companies that came in and replied. There was a selection committee. I can't tell you everybody that was on the committee. I wasn't involved in that, so I can't really answer that question for you. But when it all came down to it, they ended up hiring North Star Destinations as the company. They brought that to council, and they mentioned the Gateway to Mount Hood, but we asked them to evaluate that. When you're doing your process, evaluate Gateway to Mount Hood and tell us whether or not that's something we should continue to use. If it's having a bad effect for us, just give us your opinion. So council approved that, and we moved on with North Star. So they started in May, and they first started by gathering all of our documents, all of our maps, all of our brochures, all of our letterheads, all of that stuff, and compiling that, and then talking to the department heads, how are you using these things, what do you need for marketing things, all that. Then they came out and they did a couple of real interesting things. They did these undercover interviews where they would go into your businesses and they would order things and they would just act like tourists and get people to talk to them about, hey, have you been here before? What did you think of Sandy? You know, do you like it? Do you live here? All of those kinds of things, and start getting information for people. They also did quite a few different surveys, both internal to the city, and when I use internal, I mean citywide, not just city hall wide, right? And then they also did a bunch of surveys to outline communities, because the thing with branding that's really important is it's less about how we see ourselves and more about how other people see us, because that's what's going to draw business and tourism and help sustain our economy, is how do we get people to spend money here. So they did all these surveys. So between the thing that Luke did and all of these, we conservatively interviewed about 1,000 people, which is pretty good. If you've ever done surveys, you know how many you have to send out to get 100 back or 200 back or 300 back. So they were pretty dogged on this. So anyway, they took all of this information. Then they came back to council with their findings and had a strategy for council about which direction they should start looking. And then we had a series of creative meetings and things to kind of talk about how we end up where we ended up. And so here's some of the studies. One of the funny things throughout all of the surveys and studies is they didn't know much about Sandy, but they sure knew about Joe's Donuts. Right? It popped up in almost everything. So we were afraid at one point we were going to have a logo that looked like Joe's Donuts. But we said no. So this also is where it started coming up, the pass-through reputation. And we got a lot of both narrative and survey responses about pass-through. So in market studies, this was internal. This was stuff that people that live in Sandy said about Sandy. So again, pass-through, speed trap. I wasn't sure as the ex-chief to be pleased about that or feel bad about that. So it's on the way to Mount Hood, things like that. We had some identity that people were really proud of, and we'll talk more about that. And then some of the things that were missing: the vibrant downtown, sites ready for development, things of that nature. Here's an internal, this is a city resident that said this is not the end destination. They want to go to the mountains, so they simply pass through. So they started hearing this theme a little bit. These are some of the things that surprised people about Sandy when they decided to move here or as residents. And I'm going kind of fast because it's a long presentation. I don't want to like put you all to sleep. You've just eaten, so you're here, right? Sandy is a speed bump on the way to Mount Hood. This is some of the survey, how to improve the community. This one is still, this is non-residents, and they were asked to choose 3 when they think about the Portland area.
So is that a pass-through redneck or a pass-through redneck?
Yes. And then this is a community survey when the question is, which of the following most accurate for Sandy describes Sandy? And it's a highway town, and it's both a mountain town and a bedroom community. One of the things that what they found was, if you live up on the mountain, people tend to think of us as flatlanders, but if you live in Portland, they think that we're on the mountain. So we're kind of that in between a little bit. And then here's some, what are your greatest challenges currently facing Sandy? And then again, this is an internal survey, so traffic's not a surprise. The pass-through perception came up. Commuter town came up. In your opinion, what 3 things are most important to Sandy's identity? So that small town feel, Mount Hood, beautiful, scenic, all that sense of community. Of course, Joe's Donuts, 25%. This is when you think, so what they did is they, this is a phone survey they did, and when they called is they asked the same question about all of these communities, so the people that were being surveyed did not know which community we were surveying for, just to kind of make it more fair. So if they had a bias about one community or another, it would wash out. So when they got to Sandy, what comes to mind is river, mountain, far, pass through, rural, nice tucked away, and food, mostly Joe's. One of the things that was interesting in one of these survey questions when they got to the folks outside of our community in Portland, one of the folks said, you know, it's really a beautiful little town. I wish they had some sort of a fair or festival out there. So that said a lot to how we are marketing or how we're not marketing. We all know that the folks that live here and just the outlying communities about Mountain Festival, but it's not very wide ranging, so we need to change that. Phrase or objective that best describes Sandy, choose 3. Pit stop for Mount Hood, small town and pass through are the top 3. So visitors, this is how visitors see us. And this was the question, what was your purpose for coming here? Pass through to get elsewhere. So that's 46% of the respondents. We need to get them to stop and stay here and spend money. Same question, what else do you do on your trip? We passed through to get elsewhere. We ate at a restaurant, that's good, 37% of that. Ron's like, woohoo! Right? Let's see. Sandy is Mount Hood's, and then we left it open-ended. And then gateway, doorway, entrance, pit stop, pass through. So these don't really describe what we know as the community, do they? I mean, yeah, we are here on the way to other places, but we offer so much more than that. So the final question to all respondents was, in your opinion, what is missing in Sandy? And the #1 response was a reason to stop and visit. That's pretty sad, because we know we have a reason to stop and visit here. These are more external perceptions, primarily perceived as a gateway, and that Phillips spot on the way to mountain is best known for Joe's Donuts. This was a site conversation with a resident. So, like I said, they came to council with a strategy. And so this was basically what they came back with is what describes us as a community. And so they came back with, for those who appreciate a small and resourceful community amidst the splendor of Oregon, Sandy, perfectly balanced between Mount Hood and the city of Portland, embodies a rare independent spirit that combines the pioneer and the visionary and defines the Sandy way of life. So then they further defined what does the Sandy way of life means. They were very taken with the Sandy style for the architecture. They thought that was really cool. So they wanted to kind of put a play on the Sandy style and the Sandy way of life together. So what's the Sandy way? So the Sandy way is emblematic. It encompasses the attitude of a remarkable place. It is finishing 4th in the World Robotics Championship. Innovative social enterprises like the Ant Farm. The library, it's the Sandy Public Library, for example. The library's built up an amazing amount of programs, 554 total programs with 12,000 people each year. And that's just since Sarah's been here, because we did not have that kind of use before. We're using ourselves right out of space is what we're doing. Our Sandy Way is our approach to public safety. The Mount Hood Express, Sandy Net, of course. So here's before, and here's after. So we all have a very similar look, but some uniqueness. So Sandy Net has their own look. We have economic development for Dave Snyder, library. So it really gives us some continuity in the way we look. And the mountain in the middle is a nod to Mount Hood and also to the forests and to the river in the colors. It's a little more modern than what we're used to. But again, it's less about what we're thinking and more about what the communities out there think of us and try to catch their attention, try to get them excited, and try to get them to come here. So that's kind of where we ended up. Here's some uses for the logo. And again, branding isn't just about the logo, it's about this whole strategy. They provided us a 193-page implementation strategy with all kinds of ways to use this and for marketing. So it was a marketing package, the branding, the logo, it was big. The mountains, little mountains on the bottom picture, those are bike racks.
Really good.
Yeah, I really like those. I'm looking for the pole banners right now. I'm trying to get some quotes on those. So that's pretty much what I have on the branding strategy, why we're where we're at, how this came to be. It was a long process. It started in 2015, and through a lot of surveys and a lot of talking to people, this is where we got. Okay, so questions on that, and I'll run into Sandy Community Campus if you're.
One question,
Yep.
just looking at this pole
Yeah.
banner, and the side, one of the sides said dine in Sandy style. So are they also using the Sandy style phrase?
Yes, and the other thing is they had several options for us, and one of them we really liked, and it kind of melded into the elevation
Over here.
piece. And it was a peak,
Trade the chair.
your curiosity. And so they ended up giving us that too. So we can use that, so pique your curiosity at the library, or elevate your reading, or, so there's a big play on words with all of those, the peak, the elevation, the innovation, all of those things. So lots of creative ways to use it, and they've given us that in that strategy guide that implementation guide that they gave us. So. Okay, I will shift gears now. So, same process, basically. City Council made the decision to purchase the old Cedar Ridge property. It's about 44 acres. The RFP went out, and the company that was decided on was called Opsis. They're here local in Portland. And this is predominantly what they do is recreational facilities. They've done several in this state and several around the country. And we started the process with some stakeholder meetings. We had, over a course of 2 days, we had about a dozen stakeholder meetings, all with at least 20 people in them. And what we did is we broke them into groups of seniors, kids, right? And that was really a fun one. The sports folks, the coaches and things like that. The Friends of the Sandy Pool, and just groups like that, the big stakeholders, just to kind of get our arms around what's the primary concerns of the community, the primary needs of the community. And predominantly we heard swimming so that our kids don't drown. We need a place to teach our kids to swim. Events, we need a place to hold events because nothing's big enough in town to have, a real wedding or anything like that. And then something for the kids to do after school. That was the top three. That was the trifecta. So the architects went away, and then they came back with a conceptual design for that whole campus. As you know, it has quite a few challenges with the topography. It slopes way down from street grade all the way down to that field. So they came up with some ideas. Being attacked. So this is the overall concept. I don't know, can you see okay? I'll bring it forward. So this was the main concept for the area. And this is the current pool right here. And Opsis brought in engineers, and the pool, the vessel itself, the concrete vessel, was so well designed that they said you have at least $1 million in value just in the concrete vessel itself. And it was in really pretty good shape. When you go down underneath that pool, you see like little condensations and things like that. And they said that's totally normal. It's perfectly fine. The only problem with this pool, there's two really, is the HVAC system's from 1966 and never been really maintained and updated. And the boiler is from 1966, and they used galvanized pipes. So there's these galvanized pipes running through the concrete. So chlorine and galvanized pipes. So that's a problem. So they said if you keep this pool, the other thing too, the architects walked into the building and they looked at all that wood and they just were like in love with this building. They said this is really salvageable and we recommend that you keep it. So this is the original pool right here. This is a new locker room entryway with a lot of family changing areas, predominantly that. This would be the new recreation pool that meets up on Pleasant Street. These are all on the first floor or low level, below grade. So when you walk on Pleasant Street, there'll be big windows that you could actually look into and see all the activities and the pools and stuff going on. All of through here on both levels are different rooms, different sizes that are just going to be general purpose rooms. And some of them have the accordions in between so that they can expand or contract for size. What we're conceptualizing here on the first floor is this is a kitchen area that opens to both sides. This is very large, so we can do our communal senior meals. And then this is a teen space, so with a snack bar kind of a situation, so teens have a place to hang out, especially in inclement weather. And then the bottom will all be classroom style settings, maker space, things for kids to do, programming. The idea is that as you get through all of this stuff, you have, the more programming that you can offer, the more you can offset the cost of running and operating a pool. So, hence this. This space right here is all walkway, inside walkway, but right here is a climbing wall in between, and then this is a 2-story gym, the running track along the top, and then a double court on the bottom. So again, lots of things for kids, and we're looking at this as a multi-generational facility, so it takes care of everybody's needs from 0 to 100, right? We have a partner space. This is at grade level with parking underneath. Ideally, we would use that as a retail space to rent out. There are a lot of sports activities and indoor activities that sometimes shift with the winds of what's cool right now. So rather than take the responsibility of having something that's real popular now but not popular 2 years from now and investing the money in that, have a partner space and get people in that want to do that. This is also a good place for retail space, sporting goods, clothing, something like that, a coffee, restaurant, something along that line. So all of this is parking. Back here is the 2-story building that's in the back, that big concrete thing that looks like an old prison. We refer to that as the bunker building. So what we can do is that is structurally sound enough to take the top right off of it and put parking on top. This downstairs, there would be an entrance or exit off of both of those that go out onto this event space, big doors. So we're meeting the need of the event space issues. Have more event space here. We visualize not needing the parking on top and putting up big tents, having wine, having, hors d'oeuvres. This is a 700-seat amphitheater right here. So making this all event space, so you could have productions, you could have all kinds of neat things. This is all the ADA compliance. This is ADA accessible flower gardens or vegetable gardens. And then you have, this is parking in off of Smith. Then you have all of your picnic, a new skate park, basketball, playground, things of that nature. And then we left some field because we have need in the town for folks to practice their Pee Wee soccers and all of those things. So we listen to those folks and try to give a little bit of something to everybody. Then up here is the pump track. Do you know what a pump track is? So it's a course. It can either be dirt or paved for kids to ride their bikes on. It's like a little racetrack. And then challenge courses, and I have some examples of those. So here's the pump tracks ideals, and then here's the challenge courses. So it's like a great place to get a workout. So pump tracks and challenge courses. Kind of fun stuff, right? So that's the overall concept. Tanya and I took this out to the Sandy Mountain Festival. We spent the weekend out there at that and then at the chamber event and talked to kids. We had, you can see on this board some stars. We had kids label the things that they thought were most important or most exciting. And then we had the adults do the same thing. And we're continuing to get some input. Next round will be a series of open houses where we will further define what will be in here, what is most important to the community. We'll have some interactive things where people can vote on where we should prioritize. And I asked the architectural firm to design this in phases. Ideally, it would be cheaper and best if we could build it all out at one time, because then we'd have all the programming space we would need in order to generate enough revenue to offset the pools. We don't have that kind of money. If we did everything you see here, $74 million bucks. Phase one is the aquatic center that's currently existing. We've done some upgrades just to keep us running for the next year until we can get an RFP out and do that kind of thing. But phase one will be going in and replacing all that galvanized plumbing, so tearing up the pool deck, taking out the old boiler, replacing the HVAC, and correcting anything wrong with the shell of the building, refinishing all that wood, putting in some more windows and some skylights, making it look nice, redoing the entry and the bathhouse, the locker rooms, all of that, and doing new mechanical. Currently, there's 2 bodies of water in that facility, the small wading pool and then the big L-shaped pool. They're on the same filtration system, so if you have an accident in the wading pool, you have to clean and dump everything. And they're all the same temperature. So the little kids are in competition temperature water, so they're cold. So we need to have 3 bodies of water set up, so we have a new mechanical coming in phase one. It'll be pre-plumbed for the recreational pool, but it'll get those 2 bodies of water separated so we don't have to decontaminate the large pool for the little pool, and we can make that small pool a lot warmer because competitive swimmers like it cold, right? And then, so that's phase one. That's gonna run us around $12 million. Phase two will be the recreational pool. And then phase one of will be this section first of that. That's, I don't remember what that price is, but it's a big project that's going to be going on for more years than most of us will all be here, unless we win the lottery. One of the things that we did do while we were out talking to people is we asked them if they had interest or would show support in a bond in a recreational district and in utility fee to help with the operations of it. And of all the people we talked to, I had one person say no. Everybody else was supportive of one or another or multiple choices of those things because they really want to see this come in. Questions? How are we going to pay for it?
What's
Go
the
Gates.
recreational pool, bottom one?
This right here?
Yeah, how does that differ? Is that on?
So that's generally warmer water also. It's like you would see at the Clackamas Aquatic Center. So it has a lazy river, it has a splash pad, and one of the designs we've been playing with, and what we'll do at the open houses is we'll bring all of the different pieces like that board and have people vote. But one of the conceptuals we had was a slide where the tube sticks out of the building and comes back in, and have it stick out of the building right there on Pleasant Street so people can see it as they drive by and say, hey, that's something worth stopping and playing, right? And they make them now where you go into, when you come out of the slide, instead of into a big body of water, it's more like just a chute, so you can get a lot of slide into a small space, especially if you have part of it going outside of the building. So So it'll have all of those amenities. We have birthday party rooms. I don't know if you got over to the pool since we reopened. Thorough cleaning, painted, some tile in the showers. It's all ADA accessible right now. And we also added some birthday party rooms on the deck, some seating for that purpose, some storage to get the debris off of the deck so it looks a lot cleaner. So, but some of these will be birthday party rooms at the pool level. Again, ways to program.
Mhm.
Tanya's a master at that. She was given, I think, 3 years, the place she was working in West Virginia, 3 years to get it running in the black. It's basically the same kind of a deal. She did it in 6 months, but without all of the space to do it, you can't program anything, so it's a chicken egg thing. Yeah, what's that adage? Need money to make money kind of deal. Anything else? No, you guys are easy. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. You too.
All right.
So we can't legally start the meeting until 7:30 since that's what it's been published as. I wanted to give extra time for Q&A, but there wasn't a lot of questions, so Kim did a very good job of making it very concise, so.
I would,
Yeah.
Well, you've probably given us more than once, so.
maybe. A little bit.
However, I think we could, if you guys wanted to, is if you wanted to have a break for a few minutes, and then I think we could reconvene prior to the meeting and talk about a few things that don't even need to be discussed during the meeting,
Yeah.
such as upcoming meetings, and if we can make quorums,
Mhm.
just so we can get that out of the way, so we're not doing it at 10:30 tonight, so. Does that sound like a good idea?
You want to do that now and then break?
Well, either way is fine with me. But I was thinking I'd give Kim some time to kind of get her stuff
Oh.
put away and,
I'm done.
okay, well, you have a phone and stuff over here, so.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 3 or 4 minutes, and then we can talk about it.
Okay.
Help Kim
Yep.
get this stuff out
I'm
of
just
here.
gonna go.
Hey,
finish my
Sherry.
stuff.
They're not getting it. Yeah, we're done.
I just
I want a
experiment.
break.
Tonight, for Monday, July 30th, 2018. We will begin our meeting with roll call.
Commissioner Carlton.
Here.
Commissioner Lasowski.
Here.
Commissioner McLean Wenzel. Here. Commissioner Logan.
Here.
Commissioner Mobley.
Here.
Commissioner Abrams.
Here.
Chairman Crosby
Here?
and Advisor Mead.
Okay. We had 2 sets of minutes in our packet for approval tonight, May 29 and June 2018. Any corrections that were spotted that need to be made? Any of them?
Notice.
Okay, we can take a motion for accepting both of them.
I'll make a motion to accept both of them. Both the minutes, maybe the meeting dates. May 29th, 2018, and June 14th, 2018.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the May 29 and June 14 minutes as given to us. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? You being abstained because you weren't there. One abstention for not being there. I don't believe the PA is on, is it?
Yeah, it's broadcasting.
Okay, podcast, but I don't know that these are on in the room.
The little buttons should be lit up if they're on.
Yep, it says
Well,
green.
the mic is on. Test 1, 2, 3. Did it work?
I can hear you, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the light's on.
Recording, but not
Yeah. And the switch isn't up here.
I can guarantee anything here. Yeah, it'll turn the AC off, it'll get pretty hot and fast.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if you guys could, if everybody could just speak up, it's probably gonna be the answer. I don't,
Okay.
if you hear the AC in here, it gets hot fast.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we'll speak up.
And that'll help too.
Mm-hmm.
And they can read our lips. Okay,
Now
we'll
you
move
can't
on.
go to sleep.
Well, Kelly's trying to figure out if we can get the PA working in the room, but this is the time, and each of our meetings will give opportunity for any citizen communication on an item that is not on the agenda tonight. If you're here and you would like to speak to the Planning Commission on any issue, now is your opportunity to do that. And as we'll do with all public testimony tonight, we'll have you come to the podium, state your name and your address for the record.
And I would suggest if you're in the back and you cannot hear, to move to the front. That would also be a
It's
pretty
gonna
good
be-
solution, since you'd be about 15 feet closer
Yep.
to the people
There's-
talking.
There's primo seats there. You can move that paper if you wish on those chairs. Okay. Nothing heard there. We will move on to our first. We have two public hearings tonight, and we'll move to the first one, which we will open at 7:34. This is the public hearing what we've entitled the Tractor Supply Store, file number 18-018, design review, conditional use, and variance. I'll call for any abstentions from the hearing body.
I have to abstain. I'm the owner of Lancaster Engineering, and we worked on the application.
Okay, understand. Any conflict of interest to declare, anybody? Okay. Any ex parte contact to declare? Everybody's familiar with the location that we're talking about? Call for any challenges to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission? Any challenges to the, any individual member of the Planning Commission? Okay, if you testify tonight, you must raise all the issues at this hearing. Your comments should state why the application should or should not be approved, or include proposed modifications you believe are necessary for approval according to the standards. If you do not raise specific issues at the final evidentiary hearing, or by close of the record, or fail to provide statements or evidence to allow the local government or its designee to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal the decision to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that particular issue. Failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the local government or its designee to respond to the issue precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Any party has the right to request a continuance of the public hearing, or in the alternative, to have the record remain open. We'll begin with a staff report.
Can I distribute seats? So they won't-
All right, so we're looking at the Tractor Supply Company store. Hopefully on your screen you see a vicinity map just showing the general area. In green there is the BPA power lines. The site is hatched out in red, and just to zoom in a little bit further here, concurrently they had applied also to partition this larger lot, which is tentatively approved. So I just sort of circled and kind of read the general vicinity of the Tractor Supply Company store. To the east, you see the ARCO, which was approved, it went in around 2011. And then also later tonight, we'll be looking at code interpretation on the same piece of property. So I just wanted to give you the zoomed in version, and that's for a mini storage potentially on kind of the remainder of the site outside of the Tractor Supply Company area. And then Champion Collision is down on the south side of that whole larger piece. So at the Tractor Supply, it is a Type 3 design review. They also requested what we eventually figured out was, we believe, 2 adjustments, 7 variances, and a minor conditional use. So those are what I'm going to focus on. As you can see, the staff report is rather lengthy as usual. So again, I'm going to really kind of just jump into the end of it, and then we can talk about, obviously, anything in it afterwards. But I'm really going to focus on kind of the adjustments, variances, and the minor conditional use request. So diving right in, the first request, and the applicant had asked for a variance to the parapet requirement in section 1790-120 C8B1. We did determine that this is an adjustment rather than a variance. So the requirement is that the length of a parapet shall not exceed 40 feet without a change in the parapet height of at least 2 feet. And what they were requesting is that they wanted 48 feet before the parapet changed. So I'll show a little picture, and that's on the east facade, which is the proposed entry, which we'll get into in a bit. So that's just showing, hopefully it shows up on yours, the parapets in line with the corners, and then because of that, it would be 48 feet sort of before that central sort of entryway. We think that is perfectly in line with the intent of the code. It's a type 2 adjustment because it's a 20% difference, which is not much. They could, in theory, do it 40 feet, but that would create kind of either a really wide corner parapet or sort of an offset parapet, and so we thought this just aesthetically would look better. It wasn't really that big of a deal, so we are recommending that Planning Commission approve this as a type 2 adjustment. So to allow the distance to be 48 feet rather than 40 feet. So the next one, again, they asked for a variance. We believe it's an adjustment. So section 1790-120 D1 of our code requires that at least 50% of a site's street frontage be comprised of buildings placed within 20 feet of a sidewalk, walkway, or civic space, and then not more than 20% of the off-street parking be located between the building and the adjacent street. Their parking is located to the side, but the building frontage was just under 50%. It's at 45%. So they're requesting that we allow that as proposed, that it's less than 50% of the site street frontage. So looking here, the prototypical Tractor Supply Company design has a 150-foot wall there along the north side. So the north side of the site is the only one that has street frontage. It's Highway 26 there. And the site frontage on Highway 26 is 332 feet, so that calculates out to 45%, which is a type 1 adjustment. So again, it's not a huge deal. It's not that far off. They requested a variance, but we can process it as a type 1 adjustment. And we are recommending that Planning Commission approve this type 1 adjustment. And if you do decide to permit it, that we would actually encourage you to support the necessity for more prominent entrance on the north elevation, which we'll discuss in a little bit, but it is proposed as a faux entrance. Additional windows on that north elevation, and more vegetation along the Highway 26 frontage, which comes in through section 1790-120F, I believe, of our code anyway. So these next few kind of overlap a little bit. So they're requesting a variance to allow the building to face east towards the parking lot rather than north towards the highway. So in section 1790-120 D3, the requirement is that ground floor spaces shall face a public street or civic space and shall be connected to it by a direct pedestrian route. They're requesting that we allow the front entrance to face east towards the parking lot rather than north towards Highway 26. So really there is only frontage on one street in this case. It is Highway 26, but Highway 26, as you all know, is a major arterial, and they would not be allowed to gain access from it anyway. Just based on the nature of the store, which is farm supplies, we believe that people will most likely not be walking or biking here to purchase their farm supplies. They'll probably be driving. So it kind of makes logical sense to locate the front entrance near the parking lot, which is on the east. So we are recommending that the front entrance be allowed to face east rather than north. But again, we are recommending that Planning Commission, if you do decide to support that you also would support kind of a more prominent faux entry. So in the bottom elevation here, they're showing this, whoa, jumping around. The bottom elevation here is showing what they're proposing as the faux entry there in the middle, and we're actually recommending that it gets a little bit more prominent, a little more sandy style, so having that gabled roof feature with heavy timbers and brackets, similar to what they're proposing for the actual entrance on the east side. But we have sort of a similar treatment on that north side that is facing the highway. And we're also recommending, again, the more prominent vegetation, and that they meet the window percent coverage, which we'll get into in the one of these next variances as well. So like I said, these next 3 or 4 kind of overlap a bit. So another section of the code, section 1790-120D7, talks about the activated elevations. So the requirement is that buildings shall provide at least one activated elevation, and an elevation is considered activated when it meets the window transparency requirements and contains a public entrance with a pedestrian shelter. So they're requesting that we waive the requirement for an activated frontage on the north elevation for Highway 26. The variance I just discussed was about the entrance and wanting to face the entrance east rather than north. This is sort of a hybrid of that and the window requirement. And what we are recommending is that, again, that Planning Commission support having that entrance face east, but not necessarily support the window requirement, which is what we will then talk about next. So it says these same elevations, the north and the east. So the window coverage variance in section 1790-120E2 is that buildings between 10,000 and 30,000 square feet shall provide 25% window coverage on activated elevations. So typically the north elevation would be the activated elevation. They're requesting that the entrance go to the east elevation, which then sort of makes that the activated elevation. The request is to waive the 25% window coverage requirement for activated frontages. So it actually kind of appears, we didn't get a calculation, but it does look that the east elevation would meet the 25%. At least it looks pretty close. That's just kind of a quick visual. Again, we didn't get calculations. The north one, though, they are not meeting. So we are recommending that they do have to meet the window coverage requirement for both the north and the east elevation. However, the proposal is to use faux windows, so we interpreted that as actually an additional variance they're asking for. So for section 1790-120E2A and 1790-120E4 require that windows shall contain clear glass, and specifically darkly tinted windows, mirrored windows, glass curtain windows, etc. are prohibited. Again, they're requesting that we allow them to use non-transparent faux windows. So that's what's shown here. We do believe kind of the intent of the code, by using non-transparent windows, you do lose a little bit of the security in terms of our code speaks about being able to look into the building, and for people inside the building being able to look out onto public spaces and parking lots. By allowing the use of non-clear windows, you do kind of lose that. However, in terms of the intent of just the aesthetic visual, the faux windows seem to work pretty well. We do have a few instances recently where we have allowed that. It's the Fresenius Medical Center, kind of over near the gym, I believe, the Goodwill, Wendy's, and then Timberline Meats. So they didn't use it all over, at least the last two didn't, but they did use it on some of the facades, and it seems to be working decently in terms of meeting the intent of the code and kind of adding some of that architectural variation. So in regards to windows, essentially our recommendation is that the Planning Commission deny the request to allow less than the 25% window coverage on the north and east elevation, but allow the windows to be faux windows.
What do they currently have as far as what they're proposing?
The north elevation, I believe, is 8%. I don't remember. I think it's somewhere around there. And the east elevation, we didn't get a calculation, but
Tell what I have.
it looked, because of the kind of strong prominent entry in the middle, which uses a lot of windows, it looks like it could be close to 25%. So they also asked for a variance to retaining wall height, which we realized was actually two separate variances. So one is to section 1774-40B3. The requirement is that the height of a fence or retaining wall in a front yard shall not exceed 6 feet. And their request is to allow the retaining wall to exceed 6 feet. It was a little bit hard to kind of figure out exactly, based on this grading plan, how tall the wall was. Because the site slopes down, it's actually, the wall is going to appear taller from kind of within the site looking out, as opposed to if you're standing on the sidewalk on Highway 26 looking in. We believe that the retaining wall and fence combo will still be under 6 feet. The narrative says that the fence will vary from 2 to 8 feet with a 4-foot fence on top, which would mean a maximum retaining wall in the front of 12 feet. But from the Highway 26 side, we don't actually believe it would ever appear to be that. So this is where I kind of wish I had the laser pointer. But if you look kind of in I guess the middle of the slide, you can see the top of wall there is at 763, the elevation. If you look directly kind of north of that at what would be the elevation on the ground there, it's probably about 762.5, so it's really only a half-foot retaining wall at that point. Similarly, kind of on the right-hand, like the right side of that retaining wall towards the east, it's 763.50, so it's, that TOW is top of wall. And then if you look down kind of at the contour lines, it's about probably 763.25, so it's maybe a 1/4 foot retaining wall there. So we don't think the wall reveal would actually be anywhere over 2 feet. And then per the building code, remember the specifics. A drop-off adjacent to a pedestrian walkway in excess of 6 inches requires a 34 to 38 inch handrail, and then drop-offs in excess of 30 inches require a 42 inch guardrail with 34 inch handrail. The applicant had mentioned a 4-foot fence. We think probably the 42 inch guardrail would be sufficient, and that's what would be required by the building code. So a little less than 4 feet. So kind of with a 2-inch wall reveal and then a less than 4-foot fence, we're fairly confident based on this that from the Highway 26 side, it will not exceed 6 feet. But our recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve the variance to allow the retaining wall and the fence to exceed 6 feet, but that the wall reveal and fence height be limited to a maximum of 6 feet as seen from the Highway 26 right of way. So I think it could get up to 8 or 10 or so feet if you're standing in the parking lot looking at the wall, but from Highway 26, just the way it slopes, we think it meets that 6 foot. So we'd also like to see a kind of more architectural type of fence or guardrail on the top. And so we'd like them to submit architectural treatment for any exposed sections of the retaining wall visible from either side, and then also the proposed decorative fence or guardrail for us to review and approve, just so it looks a little more aesthetically pleasing from the right-of-way. So as I mentioned, they had asked originally for 1 variance to retaining wall, but we do have 2 separate code sections. So in 1774-40B4, the requirement is that the height of a fence or retaining wall adjacent to a side or rear yard or rear property line shall not exceed 8 feet. So in the front it's 6 feet, on the side or rear it's 8 feet. They are asking that it exceed 8 feet by quite a bit. I believe the narrative says the wall will vary from 3.5 feet to 20 feet tall with a 4-foot fence on top. So the rear and the side yards on this plan are kind of interior to that larger site. The rest of the site is also zoned Industrial Park I-1, so it would have similar uses. We don't believe that once the rest of the site is developed, this retaining wall will be highly visible from any public right-of-way because there will be kind of buildings blocking it. And it also seems that by the whole reasoning for having the retaining wall is that it allows for more level sight, and this would be true not just on the subject property, but also the property kind of to the south and the east. So, we think that it probably makes sense, and so we are recommending that you do allow the retaining wall to exceed 8 feet on the side and rear yards. And we are just recommending that you set the maximum wall reveal height at 20 feet with a maximum 4-foot decorative fence on top, and that's what they said in the narrative thing we did, so that's kind of what we don't want to see it start to get even bigger or something like that, but I think 20 feet with a 4-foot fence is plenty big to accomplish this. Again, kind of looking at where the kind of parking lot juts out there, kind of on the, I guess, southwest corner of that parking lot. The top of wall there says it's 754, and I believe the contour coming into that is at 739, so that's showing a 15-foot wall there. So I didn't see anything along here that seemed bigger than that from kind of the outside looking in.
Can I have one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just noting that, so in this 66-page report, we missed at least one little thing here. Typically when the walls are over 6-8 feet tall, we also require them to submit, I see that we required the 4-foot decorative fence on top to be submitted to staff for review and approval. We typically, as you'll remember from other places, we typically require the wall to not be like flat either, so that would have some relief on it as well. So if you do approve this variance, I would suggest that we also add that the wall has relief on it. So if they're using ultra block or block or whatever they're using, to have some relief on that wall, similar to what we just required in both Marshall Ridge subdivision, or Mount View subdivision, sorry. And we also required it at the Sandy Place Apartments just recently too. So it'd be nothing different than what we typically require, but I just want to note that I don't know if that quite made it to the recommendation.
It made it for the 6-foot front yard fence.
Okay, so we'd be copying that onto the next one.
So it'd be the same submit proposed architectural treatment for all exposed sections of the retaining wall, visible from either side of the wall. So it's just didn't quite get to the rear and side one.
Go ahead. That's all I wanted to point out there.
And that actually went a little quicker than I thought for the variance section. The last one is a course tree retention variance. What planning commission meeting would be complete without some tree talk? So that actually is in 17102 on page 44 and 45 of the staff report. So as you know, we do have a tree retention standard of at least 3 trees per acre. This site actually, this part of the site, so the partitioned off 2.63, I believe, acres, that would be the Tractor Supply Company store, only has 2 existing trees, and their request is to allow these 2 existing trees to be removed. So this is zoomed into the middle of the site. Circled in red are the 2 existing trees. It's a 14-inch Scots pine and a 17-inch Doug fir. They're located kind of just south of the main store, kind of where the one of the large outdoor display areas is. They're located close together, so based on sort of their location, the center of the site, they're close together, and then the final elevation of that area would actually be, I think, 3 to 5 feet higher than where the elevation of the trees are. So we are recommending that Planning Commission approve this variance to allow those required trees to be removed. We did not in the landscape plan see any mitigation trees. The narrative mentioned that they would plant, it says the proposed landscape plan proposes to replace these 2 trees at a 3-to-1 ratio, which exceeds the required 2-to-1. So we are just recommending that they detail 6 mitigation trees on the landscape plan as proposed in the narrative. So then jumping back to page 58, the last big piece to talk about is the request for a minor conditional use. So this is in the Industrial Park I-1 zone. In that zone, outdoor product display or storage of merchandise covering no more than 15% of the total lot area is an accessory use that is permitted outright. They're requesting that the outdoor product display and storage area is greater than 15% of the total lot area, so that is a minor conditional use. Typically, that would just be processed kind of as at a staff or director review level, but because they're applying for all the variances, we elevated it to planning commission decision. So there's, in 1768-20, there are a number of review criteria, and I will kind of skip to the ones that are probably going to be the ones we end up talking about. So A through, I think, A through D, it pretty much meets. So, you know, again, it is a minor conditional use to have outdoor storage in excess of 15%. You know, we believe the site as is can accommodate the required parking and landscaping, stormwater, and all, you know, everything else that's required on the site. The site is served by most utilities already, and it can get water and sanitary sewer and all of that. The sidewalk improvements on Highway 26 will improve walkability. And then just looking at the surrounding uses, all of the surrounding parcels are zoned industrial and commercial, so again, it'll be similar types of projects there. We did have under kind of, let's see, I guess it's E, so talking about kind of public nuisances like air, land, water, noise, glare, heat. We had a couple comments regarding lighting. So these are kind of our pretty standard comments in our requirements of our dark sky ordinance, which is that illumination 10 feet beyond the property lines, not exceed a quarter 0.25 foot candles. We are recommending smaller distribution lights that emit kind of less intense light. So 3,000 kelvins is our maximum kelvins allowed, and we do require full cutoff. So these are sort of standards. There's more on this in 1790-120H3 of this report that talks about lighting a little bit, and in that section, it does state that walkways and parking lots should be illuminated at 1.5 to 2 foot candles. The lighting plan that they submitted shows parking lots at 1/2 to 5.7, so that was a little kind of more intense than the 2, and then the walkways at 0.2 to 2.4. So we were just asking them to kind of revisit that, try and meet those kind of foot candle ratings. Potentially maybe using just, again, sort of lights that aren't casting quite so broadly and are emitting a little bit less intense light, that are still illuminating the parking lot walkways. We also noticed we did a site visit and we saw quite a bit of kind of trash, and so we just bolded the section about the site being maintained and kept free of litter and having the weekly trash service. We think that with that it can kind of meet the objective of criteria E here. So F is sort of the one that I'm going to spend the most time on in this section. So the proposed use will be reasonably compatible with existing or planned neighboring uses based on a review of the following, and then it gives quite a long list, so we're just going to go through each one. First is basic site design, so organization of uses on the site. So the proposals for a 19,097 square foot building with 22,130 square feet of outdoor product display area. And then parking and landscaping in addition. So Kelly and I did go up to Kelso, Washington, which is the closest Tractor Supply Company store to Sandy. We also looked at a bunch online. Based on the site visit, we determined you know, what we believe is that the building is slightly undersized and that a lot of stuff is being stored outside. We're not really sure, you know, they're asking for a minor conditional use to exceed 15% of the total site area as outdoor storage. We don't really think the intent of granting a minor conditional use is to allow a lot more outdoor storage in a kind of smaller building. So there were a lot of things that we saw, like soil, wheelbarrows, stakes, that could potentially have been inside rather than outside. So we're not supporting the request for minor conditional use to allow outdoor storage areas in excess of 15% of the total site area. So here on your slide in red are all of the proposed outdoor storage or product display areas. So there is a large fenced-in one to the south of the proposed building there that's 15,000 square feet. That one we believe makes sense. It's fenced in, it's a lot of large equipment. There are 4 along the kind of front of the building and then front of that large 15,000 square foot area. And then there's one kind of in the south of that parking lot there, all kind of highlighted in red. So we're supporting inclusion of the larger 15,000 square foot fenced-in storage area. It's going to have black aluminum tubing fence around it. We are recommending that to improve organization of the site and deter haphazard storage of items outside, that that kind of black aluminum tubing fence be extended to enclose the 2 storage areas adjacent to it that are kind of along the east side there. That 15,000 square foot area that number of 15,000 square feet did include the area of the drive aisle that's kind of identified there in the middle. It's lined out. So, you know, we felt that that drive aisle would, in theory, be kept clear, and that it would make sense to keep it clear from both our perspective and the applicant's perspective of not wanting things in there. So we condition that items not be stored within that drive aisle, and then that allows them to kind of remove that 2,100 square feet out of the 15,000. So it kind of reduces that by, you know, to whatever that is, 12,900, I guess, square feet for that area. We are recommending inclusion of most of the proposed display areas along the front. The one thing is that we do have a civic space requirement. It's at 3% of the proposed building's area. So in this case, that means 573 square feet. They need to accommodate somewhere on the site. We are recommending it go in that kind of northern product display area, adjacent to proposed bike parking, the walkway that connects to the Highway 26 sidewalk. And then there will be a larger kind of landscaping buffer there that's required along Highway 26, so a 20-foot landscaping buffer. So we thought that would be a good spot for the required civic space. So that would shrink that. I think it's a 985 square foot proposed product display area. It would shrink that by 573 square feet. And again, that civic space is a requirement. It does have to be somewhere. We thought logically that made the most sense to be near bike parking, to be near the ramp and the walkway where pedestrians would be coming in. So I'm going to get into this a little bit later when I show a couple pictures, but one thing we noticed at the Kelso, Washington store is that a lot of the items along the front there were being displayed in sort of the entire area along the front. So here they're showing the parking and then a 5-foot landscaping buffer and then a 5-foot walkway and then product display. And we want to just support what they're showing in this design and not what we saw. So what we saw was kind of product display kind of spread out, and so there wasn't a defined walkway. And so we just wanted to condition that they maintain a clear, defined 5-foot wide walkway that connects to Highway 26 and the ADA access aisles and then the primary entrance, and that no cords be allowed to cross that 5-foot walkway or landscaping areas. And I will show pictures later, but they were using these safety cords that were kind of scattered throughout that area. So that's kind of our recommendation in terms of that large fenced off area and then the ones adjacent to the building. So we also saw in Kelso, Washington, we saw that approximately 15 of the parking spaces were being used as additional storage for trailers that were for sale or for rent. So kind of looking at so their parking area is actually oversized. The site requires, based on, you know, our parking calculations, 54 parking spaces. They are providing or proposing 70. Our code actually has a maximum number of parking spaces, which we rarely kind of run up against, but this actually, in fact, is the maximum. So our maximum is 30% more than the minimum required. The minimum required is 54, so the maximum is actually 70. What we're recommending is that actually this entire product display area down on the south of the site be converted to landscaping. Some of it would have to anyway, just for our landscaping and parking lot code requirements of having trees and landscaping at the end of every parking bay. So we're recommending that this 3,640 square foot product display and outdoor storage area be converted to landscaping, and that the 9 spaces there along the south be converted to kind of the product display so that they're not striped as parking spaces, and that's where the trailers that would be for sale or whatever would be placed. There is one additional parking space along the kind of building's frontage there on the west side of the parking lot that we are recommending become a landscape planter, and that's just based on our requirement of how many spaces you can have without needing a landscape bay, and you need a landscape bay at the end of every parking bay. So that would bring it down to 60 parking spaces. So again, the minimum requirement is 54, and so they were proposing 70, and we are recommending we go with 60 in a more limited outdoor storage display. So with all of those recommendations, the total outdoor storage would be reduced to 17,617 square feet. To meet the 15% maximum without it needing to be a minor conditional use, it would have to get down to 17,207, so it's like an additional 410 feet. So that is what we're recommending. We're recommending that the maximum outdoor storage be 17,207 square feet, or 15% of the total site area. Let's see. And then the last piece in that kind of first section on still basic site design is there's quite a bit of kind of confusion, or it's not really clear to staff what the proposal is for their west elevation. So we looked a lot at the north and the east elevations. Based on our initial pre-application meeting, our assumption out of that meeting was that they were intending to use a vegetative buffer to screen the west facade. When we when we were kind of reviewing for completeness, we sent out an incompleteness letter saying we needed some things, and one of the things we asked about was that west facade, because they were not showing a vegetative screen, and they were not showing it meeting our code in terms of design standards. They didn't submit an updated elevation for that facade. They did submit a slightly updated landscaping plan, but all it detailed was like kind of one row of 3-foot rhododendrons, so that's not really going to screen anything. So we are asking for an updated plan set that either details an updated west building elevation that meets the design standards of our code, or an updated landscaping plan that shows vegetation that's sufficient to screen that west facade of the building from Highway 26 at 80% opacity within 2 years of planting. And that is just our standard landscape buffer requirement, the 80% opacity within 2 years of planting. In addition, when we did the Kelso visit, we did see quite a bit of storage on the kind of the back side of the building. They're not showing any here, so we were just kind of solidifying that by saying no item shall be stored along that west side of the building. So let's see. So again, visual elements, I think I've gone over most of this already, but the east elevation, which is where they have their proposed main entry, has the most Sandy style details. We are requesting at the north elevation adjacent to the Highway 26 also include a little bit more Sandy style features like a gabled roof entry, faux entry with heavy timbers and brackets. Don't believe that there should be any noise disturbance or odors, hopefully. Lighting we already talked about. Signage, they are proposing some signs on the east and north facades and a 30-foot tall pylon sign at the northeast corner of the parking lot, which is called out there, the northeast corner of the parking lot. That's where required structural tree and ground cover would need to go for our parking lot landscaping requirements. So we're just recommending that that sign be placed kind of on the other side of that wall, slightly closer to the highway there. We do have a landscaping requirement along Highway 26 that it didn't go into too much detail of, but essentially 30% of the site has to have a 20-foot landscaping buffer. So we are asking them to kind of beef up that section a little bit. Our code does call out specific trees and wants more native varieties and more, Pacific Northwest acclimatized varieties. So we did recommend some specific native shrubs and large shrubs and small shrubs and ground cover to go there. They did submit a transportation impact study, and we had our city transportation engineer review it, and he stated that the TIS demonstrates that the development causes only slight degradation in performance of any intersection, and that does not warrant mitigation for traffic or safety issues. So we're good there. In terms of off-street parking, again, they are proposing the 70 spaces because of the outdoor storage and some landscaping requirements. We are recommending a maximum of 60 spaces. The minimum required is 54, so 60 still exceeds that, so we don't foresee any issues with parking. And then effects on air quality and water quality, we don't see anything that would adversely affect those. We did get a request from them, it's not shown here, but for a self-service pet washing station. So we had some concerns about how that, how kind of the fur would be collected. We don't really want, obviously, fur or soaps or warm water really entering our stormwater system at all. We don't really want fur or soaps in our sanitary system, so we're just recommending they submit something showing a hair and fur and soap product interceptor prior to any water entering the sanitary sewer system.
It's kind of, it's similar to what a grease interceptor would do at a fast food restaurant. Keeps all that basically gunk out of our sewer system. And since they're washing horses in here, that'd be keeping out that gunk from going into our sewer system. One less thing for our burdened sewer system to process, basically.
So that's pretty much all I was going to go through in the report. I do have a few pictures to show from our site visit that will kind of highlight a few of these things. I think we have the summary and conclusion here. So kind of walks through all of the adjustments and variance requests. And again, we're pretty much recommending that Planning Commission approve all of them with the exception of denying the window percent coverage one, but allowing the faux window usage. And then, having a couple kind of caps on for the wall height. And then in allowing the main entrance to face east rather than north, we still would like to see both that north and east elevations more kind of activated with windows and kind of more stronger Sandy style faux entry on the north elevation. And then we are recommending that you not approve the minor conditional use to allow more than 15% of the site to be outdoor storage and product display area. So I'll just walk through a couple pictures here to give you a sense of what we saw. So this is the Kelso Washington store. We noticed the parking lot trees were not in very good condition. So within here, we have kind of a lot of, our code already has language about, needing to keep your landscape maintained and do the necessary watering and pruning. So just kind of emphasizing that. It could be just a code compliance issue. We want to kind of set the standard up front. This tree on the right here, I think, is pretty much dead. I believe they had European golden ash or something and pears maybe. Looked to us like they probably were never planted correctly to begin with. You can see the kind of circle around the tree there. That shouldn't be like that. It means they probably just plopped the burlap sack in there. And the roots never really established. Potentially it wasn't watered, I don't know. This is showing the trailers that were parked in the parking spaces at the site. This is showing just some pallets in one of the spaces and another trailer for rent in another one of the spaces. So again, we don't think necessarily providing extra parking just to store more stuff is really what we're going for. This was a product display area adjacent to the parking area, just to give you a sense of what they look like. And then kind of moving around the building. In the front, I guess left of the building, there were some mats and wheelbarrows and soil. Looking around to the front, on the plans it shows like a kind of an entryway. There was a bunch of stuff at this store stacked in that entryway. It's not shown on the plans in ours as product display, but I think if you're pulling into that ADA spot, and I'm not sure how the driveway would get out with the picnic tables right there. This is kind of the front, right side. There's some kind of riding mowers, kind of going along now of their outdoor display area there. I don't actually even know what these are, but some large metal farm equipment things going around. There are a bunch of stakes. This is outside of the fenced-in area. The back, some more things.
So that, you can go back to that last one.
Mm-hmm.
So that shows the drive-through area, so that's why, and while we were there, we saw like 3 or 4 people getting stuff loaded into their vehicles. So that's what we thought, there's no real reason to count that. We can give them that back, it's not storage, because it really was purely being used for people to pass through, get the items they just purchased and then leave, so.
This is the back kind of loading area, so there was significant things stacked up here. It's not shown on our site plans, but we just wanted to kind of write that in there. This is along the other side of the building, a bunch of pallets and other things stacked up. Again, this is not shown on our plans, but just kind of documenting it. Kind of looking at that larger fenced-in area. Our plans have, it's not a chain link fence, it's a black aluminum tubing fence. It looks a little bit nicer, it looks more like a wrought iron type of thing. Inside, there is actually a, in this one, a proposed hay barn. We're not sure if it's being proposed in ours or not. We never received any indications or anything on it. And then a bunch of just metal things and more stakes. It's inside the hay barn. There's a propane tank that will be on site, so we're just asking more at the building phase for additional information on the bollards and everything that would come later. This is the cord issue I was talking about earlier. So you can see the ADA spots and then the ADA passenger and access aisles kind of in that hatching. And then the entrance is sort of on the other side of those cords, so that somebody have to get out and like cross over all the security cords. That could be avoided by what they are proposing, which is to have the landscape buffer and then the walkway and then the product display being more up against the building. And that's what they're showing, that's what they're proposing, and we're just trying to condition that actually occur, and that there's not so many of these cords. So as you can see kind of in this lower corner there, that's where the entrance is, and so you have to cross here, in this case 3 cords to get there. Just to look kind of inside the store, so one of the reasons they were giving for not being able to provide the windows was just the kind of large interior wall displays. There's just kind of showing that back wall there. There's as is typical of any of these types of stores, there's a lot of things against the walls, so kind of makes sense. I thought probably in theory, I mean, our code does allow for the windows to be shifted higher or lower than kind of the 3-foot what our code wants, but I think that would end up with kind of a funky design, and so I think the use of faux windows would actually be aesthetically more pleasing, even though it's a little bit less security, I guess. Again, just kind of looking out at the front of the store. In the front entryway, there was kind of more storage stuff. We also, one of my coworkers used to live in Red Bluff and do the Tractor Supply there, so we just took a couple Google Earth pictures of more trailers stored in parking spots there, kind of the cords in the front product display area, and then just sort of more of the front product display there. I think it's probably a smaller store. And that concludes the staff report.
And I just wanted to wrap up too that Emily put together kind of a list here on page. So you guys have been asking for kind of what's the meat of the decision or what's what we really want to look at. So I think the main thing in our eyes, I don't know what the applicant or the public tonight will think, but we think it's mainly those variances and adjustments, the conditional use permit, and then we think it's this list that starts on page 65, and it has items for site issues, building issues, landscape issues, lighting issues, utility and right-of-way issues, and just a few other issues. So these are just items that we thought were the big issues when you go through this whole thing. You look at all the black highlighted areas. These are kind of the big issues that you're kind of looking at tonight, and that I believe, or that we believe, that will mainly be mentioned by the applicant and how they're going to address those or overcome those, or by the public. So anyways, I just wanted to point that out, that instead of doing like a 15, 20-page conditions list to make this document 90 pages long, we decided to try to put it into just one sentence each, what the big issues were on each one of these items. So.
Any questions for staff right now? Okay, go ahead.
Emily, could you say a little bit more about the lighting issue and how that goes with our dark sky ordinance, what they're requesting versus what we would normally?
Yeah, so if you, let's see if we can find the page. It's actually kind of partially in our dark sky, but also in our design standards. So it's like page 28 to 29. So under section H there, lighting at the bottom of page 28. It says lighting must be, under H3, lighting must be adequate for safety purposes. Walkways and parking lots should be illuminated at 1.5 to 2 foot candles. And foot candles, I believe, is just the kind of measurement of light, I guess. What they're showing in the parking lot is that it's at like 0.5 to 5.7 foot candles, and that the walkways are 0.2 to 2.4. So they're proposing kind of, I think, a couple kind of larger, bigger lights, and we were just recommending that they kind of propose maybe some lights that have a slightly smaller distribution, so they're not like kind of casting a light out quite so much, and that the light is a little less maybe intense. And then the full cutoff in the 3,000 kelvins is just sort of a standard dark sky thing, so that's more actually, my understanding is it has to do with wildlife quite a bit, but also human health, so I'm sure you've heard like blue lights on all our devices and some of the health issues, and I know some cities have replaced their street lights with blue lights, and had to actually go back and change them all out for a warmer temperature light. So if you go above, it's 3,000 kelvins is sort of a warmer temperature of light, and it's just has fewer human and wildlife health effects. I don't know it, I don't understand it fully, but I believe that any lighting that's cast upwards or this kind of brighter light can throw off bird migration too, I think. So it's just sort of, those are two standard pieces in dark sky ordinances that we have as well.
Thanks.
I think it goes with our new slogan, right?
Okay, we'll ask for applicant presentation.
Is it better if we set these ones in this location just fine, or is there a better spot maybe?
That's probably, you don't block the entryway too badly. But it does get difficult for the audience to see, so. Yeah, we don't have the.
With most of those we see, make sure it's pointed this way.
Yeah, if anybody in the audience needs to see it, feel free to stand up and reposition so you can see it.
Thank y'all. My name is Trey Jenwright. I'm the project engineer. My company is J Consulting, and my address is P.O. Box 1929, Fairhope, Alabama. I'm here on behalf of Hicks Snedeker Companies. I have one of the principals in the firm, Ray Hicks, is with us tonight. He is the developer and would be the owner of the property is going forward. I want to thank the staff. We've been working with them for probably 8 to 10 months now, you know, to get to this point. And so thank y'all for your efforts. As I'm sure you're all aware, projects such as this to be successful is a combination of both what does it cost to build it, and two, what is the operational requirements to even make it successful. And so the comments that we're working through, and we've been working through this for the 10 months, is basically working on those two subjects. Cost is probably derivative towards your Sandy style, and we've made every effort that we can, and the project, the elevations and the styles that we presented to you is our desire to meet those criteria. There are items in there that we can go through in a little bit that are cost items that just get to be, quite honestly, expensive, and you get to a point where you got to have a project that's doable. And so, with that being in mind, the next section is the operational requirements. What does a store have to have to open? And diving right into that is probably our biggest conversation tonight. There's two items there. One of them is the parking requirement, and the other one is your outdoor display. We do these stores all over the country. Tractor Supply has in excess of 1,700 stores now in the nation. We are their preferred developer. We do these all over the country. And my directive is 70 spaces, Trey, is the minimum we can take. I know there's stores that they may have less, but those are the directives I've been given. Your parking code allows us to go to 70. That's our maximum that we can get to per your code, and which so matches my minimum that I have to target to. So those 70 spaces are a real number, and we request your sincere consideration for that. The staff has made requests or recommendations to you that ties outdoor display to this parking number. One of them is that they want to take 9 spaces away and add our outdoor display there. That basically cuts that number. I want to say we had proposed 3,600 square feet down to maybe 1,700 square feet. It almost cuts it in half. My marching number on that is 3,000 square feet. That space has to be 3,000 square feet to make it work. It's their trailer display area. We saw the pictures of the operational maybe errors, if you would, in the store nearby where stuff is parked in that place. That's not the intent of it. That's a manager's, it needs to get that fixed. That's why we designate 3,000 square feet to park your trailers here. They're not going in that parking space, they're going right here. The sidewalk display areas, I believe that was a corporate developed store, but your project and all the projects we've done in the past, and I have some photos of some other ones that show a 5-foot painted stripe there. So those lawnmowers are not sitting in that ADA stripe, in that ADA walkway. They're set back. Those cords are not in a place where a customer walks across there. Those ADA concerns are real concerns for you, and they're also real concerns for us, and they're concerns for our tenant. We set these sites up to do that so you don't see things like that. I don't know why that stripe was not on that drawing or on that project, but that is what's creating that issue there. The items with them parked around the site and the staging of pallets and things are things that I think Ray and I can both speak for. I haven't seen it like that before. That's not the intent of us bringing this project to you tonight. Is to mimic that. We're not here to do that for you. We're to do something different. So, that 9 spaces to simply take the 3,000 or 3,600 square feet and put it into 1,700, I can't do that. I can't agree with that. But what I think we can do is maybe come to a happy medium somewhere in the middle, that you get what you need, a smaller outdoor display area, and I get my minimum threshold that I need to meet to get to get our client a store that can thrive and be successful and be a long-term sales tax generator for your community. In simple terms, is I think our original request was a little over 20,000 square feet, which is about 19.3%. I believe if I'm right, it's 19.3% some of that area that we were asking for. The code allows for 15. If you average those two together, it's 17.2. I can make this thing work at 17%. So if I can get the 17% with the removal of the drive aisle in there, then we have a go on that. So that number is a number that I'm requesting you to consider 17% on this outdoor display area. You know, if we want to dive into how do you get to that trade, we can certainly do that, but I feel confident that me working with the staff, we can come up with a diagram that meets that criteria. There is a parking stall that we have shown. There was one extra parking stall, the 9 off the bottom plus the 1 gets the 10, gets it down to 60. There's one across the front of the store. They're wanting to add a landscape island in there. Your code allows 20 spaces, and you have to have a landscape island. We have 16 spaces across the front, so we're within that bracket. So in order to help me get to that 70, I'm requesting us to leave that space there. But you know that's a request for y'all. That's how the 10 spaces come up to. There is a request in the outdoor display that we have. Let's see if I have an elevation here. This is a store. It's not the same store as what you've got. Every community's got their little things they like to see on the store. But this store is one that is not open, so there are some trailers that are still staged there. But this store is not operational. This store is getting staged, ready to open. But it does show the outdoor display area. It does have the aluminum fence like your product will show. And we have our sidewalk display areas, and that's what they're for. They're displayed to demonstrate what the products we are trying to sell here. I think one of the staff comments was to bring that fence out and enclose this area. You know, by the model of the facility, that needs to remain where we've got it designated. I can't bring that fence out and close off my display area. This is the items behind the fence are large feed troughs, fence posts, gates, things of that nature. But the things out front, you know, those are display items, and I need to be able to keep that fence, as we have indicated, to reflect that information. You know, a lot of the comments that we were given, you know, with the lighting, using native landscaping, automatic waterers, gladly make those things. So I'm not going to, you know, spend time talking about things that we're willing to work with staff to meet. I'm just talking about the things that we need consideration on. And if we would like to get into conversation on how do we get to that 17% outdoor display area, I can give you the numbers, and maybe to keep the meeting shorter, I can tell you that if I can get to that number, I can make it work. The items that are cost items are elevation items. You know, the intent of this is to show you, I mean, this is a very nice looking store. Your store is much more enhanced than that store. We're putting a lot of investment in this front of this building right here. And we're glad to do it, to work with you. To take that level of investment and place it down the side is an extreme expense. We feel like, I think some of the elevations you had were 2D rendering. This is the 3D model, so you can get the relief of how the facility looks down to the side. It's a nice looking, side of the store. Again, all these items are faux. Those windows are not operational. This door is not operational. This is just a faux look to give you for your 26 side elevation. One of the comments is they want a buffer down this road, 26. We'll put the buffer in there. We're going to add that extra vegetation in here to even add more screening. So what we're asking for is if we're going to add extra vegetation to cover this building up, I don't want to go and spend a whole lot more money decorating the building that I'm trying to hide in the first place. So your consideration on that side elevation with the 25% windows and the enhanced entryway and these features, we're requesting that higher bid. The civic space, we understand that. I think working with staff, we can come up with a solution there. I'll look through my notes real quick. I'm in agreement with your retaining wall. The wall on on Highway 26 from the street side will be less than 6 feet. It's just from the parking lot side looking up. That wall is going to be, it's probably over 8 feet tall, and in one corner of it as it makes that turn near the gas station. And then the west elevation, we understand that is a view opportunity coming from Highway 26. And what we're proposing to do is provide information to the staff using a combination of landscaping and enhanced architectural features similar to what's on this elevation here. Come up with a solution that everybody can work with. We've got some property lines where we're up close to the property lines, and the landscaping can't be as thick as we would like it to be. So maybe we'll have to add something on the building. We understand that, and that's something we're going to have to walk back and forth with staff to get that level of comfort. But we're willing to do that. And I believe that's it. Ray, do you want to speak to anything?
Yeah, sure. I think there's, and I'll introduce myself. I'm Howard Hicks, and I am the principal of Hicks Snedeker Companies, developer around the country of these stores. I did not do the one in Washington that was referenced, or the one in California that was referenced, but I took pictures of those because I see opportunities for our operations. When I say ours, I want to understand the distinction between who I am and Tractor Supply. I own the real estate. I entitle these projects, I construct these projects, and then I lease them on long-term leases back to Tractor Supply Company, which is a publicly traded company with a lot of information on them to kind of see what their stability is. But I have an asset that I like to see it taken care of, and when I see those pictures, like the landscaping that was not in good shape, or the trailer display areas that weren't properly being utilized, that's a management issue that we can correct through sharing those pictures with the chain of command and also doing a better job there. So I do think that the city's, while we'd like to think that we don't need the police powers of the city to sometimes help us make sure that all these assets are managed in the proper way, it's much like the traffic enforcement. It's kind of good to have that ability out there to make sure everyone complies with the laws that we expect people to comply with. So, not to throw anyone under the bus, but those pictures were interesting to me from the perspective of, I think there are better ways to manage these assets that are very expensive, and I think it also helps our customers and your community at the same time have a better experience. And I know that I personally would say I feel more comfortable shopping in an environment where those kind of pictures aren't the norm. And we would like to ensure that through whatever means necessary. I know Trey's mentioned a couple of other items here that there's some operational things also in those pictures, I think, the pictures that were revealed that are important to us. We saw trailers parked in parking spaces in the Washington store that they referenced, and it's important that that doesn't happen, and there's a couple reasons why. First and foremost, those parking spaces need to be for customers who can go in and make the purchases, obviously, that are necessary. But what we've seen around places where that happens is, from my perspective, and why I think it's important to have that permanent trailer area, is that's a concrete parking pad. So when they put the trailers on there and they let the tongue on the surface, it's not on hot asphalt that then deforms it and then has all the litany of problems that come from that. So if we get rid of that area, then we're kind of putting these trailers in, we reduce our customers' parking spaces. We then also have operationally opportunity for, the degradation of the parking surface in a way that we don't like. I think the only other thing that I'd really like to say is, the outdoor display area, and I think all that goes together, and the calculations that were shared are, that maybe there's this 15%, we're at 19%, 17% is a number that we were looking at, just thinking that we know operationally what we need to make this store work. We do need to, and we want this store to be the Sandy style, and we want to comply, and we want to be great members of the community. We do need certain sales per square foot. The economics of this isn't really a concern here, but these things help us sell the merchandise to afford the aesthetic enhancements that ultimately make the Sandy style possible. And I know everyone knows that, and you guys don't look for economics lessons here, but that 17% is a number that we feel like helps us meet our sales objectives, so that we can say these architectural enhancements that we're looking at and the Sandy style, keeping consistent with what we've seen in the community, that I think is the vision of what this community is going to look like in the future. We want to be a part of that. This minor adjustment in what we see as an exception on the outdoor display area is something that we feel like we need to obtain that, and operationally we are willing to compromise on a few of these things. Like the community space, I think, Trey, we've already addressed that. We have some conceptual renderings we worked on today to try to accommodate that, so we certainly like that as well. I think with that, is there anything else? Yeah, and that's particularly on the north side. Trey just mentioned in my ear the elevation enhancements. I spoke on that just a little bit. On that arterial that really leads to and from Mount Hood through Sandy, lots of traffic coming through there. I think it's to our benefit to have a presence on that, on that street that, kind of is consistent with the Sandy style, but also, draws our customers' attention to our building and helps us bring customers in there. We think there's a great opportunity for us to do that. The windows really don't operationally work on how we display merchandise and the more percentage of those windows. And so what I say is we have come up with a compromise to do the opaque glass that would allow us to still have security for the merchandise that's inside the store, and then also achieve the objective of not having that big span of masonry wall on your main highway coming through town. So I want to see these things happen. I'm interested to see what we can come up with in the I guess that would be the west elevation, facing east. At the back of that building, as we're oriented kind of in that view corridor there as you're coming in. I think there's a solution. I like Trey's idea about a hybrid approach between landscaping and elevations to try to come up with a something that has some relief and something along the back. And also, we don't have any plans for. And I go back again to some of these operational issues, but I see these pallets lined up along the walls. I just think the way we designed this building, there's just not the same opportunity for that. If you look with the retaining wall on one side, the highway on the other, just the accessibility of putting that sort of stuff out there. I hope, and also doing the landscape buffer across the front of the store. and I know that was mentioned in the presentation by staff, but we are trying to come up with design characteristics that will minimize the opportunity for these sort of operational issues to be a blemish on the store in this community. I think that's all that I have, unless there are any questions of me.
Just one detail of your address.
My address is mailing or physical.
Doesn't matter.
P.O. Box 130, Daphne, Alabama.
Okay. Thank you.
There would be, from either staff or you folks, one thing that might help a little bit since we're on it. You mentioned the 17% and 15%, but then everything we have has been in square footages. So at the end of the day, what would 17% be as far as the square footage for the outdoor display areas?
19,515 square feet.
Pardon?
19,515 square feet.
19.5, basically. Okay.
What's 15%?
Yeah, that's 15% of 17,207.
Thank you.
That's how you got your number. That's on page 64, right? Okay, that's the 15%. Okay. So we're talking about 2,300 square feet.
If you have other questions, I'd be glad to speak to those. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Jared, do you want to, I don't know if you did at the beginning, no, I don't believe you did, but just kind of let the applicant know how we do it here with leaving it open. And they can...
I haven't yet. I normally do that after the public.
Okay, thank you.
It's in my unwritten agenda here.
Okay.
Okay, now we'll give opportunity for public comment. We will start with proponent testimony. If you are in favor of the application, we'll give you opportunity to speak and come to the podium, state your name and your address and your comments. Following that, we'll give opportunity for opponent testimony if you're not in favor of the application. And then finally, if you just have a question or you're neither for it or against it, but have a comment that you think would be helpful to the Planning Commission. So we'll start with any proponent testimony if you are in favor of the application. And you need to move quickly to the podium.
You bet. Mark Benson, 16355 Champion Way. Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much. Obviously, I'm a landowner. I'm very much in favor of it. I think that I'll bite my tongue a little bit. I'm a car dealer, a few of you may know, and I've got a tremendous track record as a car dealer across the country. And one of the things is, these people are professionals at what they do, and we need to be warm and welcoming to bring them into the community. So I would encourage you to be warm and welcoming, and then let's help work with them, because business is tough enough. The Sandy style, I hang my hat on it when it was originally proposed. Scott Lazenby sold me on the idea because it states promote business vitality. And business vitality has to do with one of the components is, can our business stay in business? So I would encourage you to go with this and give them as much flexibility as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll move to opponent testimony. If you are not in favor, now's your time to speak to us. Okay. Or if you'd just like to make a comment. You're neither for it or against it. All right, we get somebody.
I'll speak for my family. My name is Roz Rushing, and my address is 19100 Arletha and Sandy. I'm not against Tractor Supply as a company because I've actually been to one in Milton, Florida, or Pace, Florida. I don't remember which one it is, wherever my husband, his family lives. And I've been to one in Idaho. I go to feed stores all across the country, including Hawaii. I've been to numerous feed stores in Hawaii. And so all I have to say is that some of the nature of the beast with the feed store, there will be pallets outside. I mean, there will be display things that happen. The code enforcement guy is going to have to go around frequently to get the management, and the warehouse guy that, you know, makes minimum wage, that, you know, the warehouse manager says, you know, get that pallet out of the way, and so he goes and puts it in the wrong spot. It's going to happen a lot because I work at a feed store and I know what it's like to handle those fabulous employees. So just that, I want to tell you up front that that's going to happen. It's part of the business. And Shelley Burns wanted to come tonight and, you know, give her 2 cents too. But she couldn't. Anyways, never mind. The traffic pattern thing, I was reading through some of the paperwork that was online, and it said something about how it's going to affect traffic and whatever, and that you're anticipating 27 people at the peak time during the morning and 27 people during the evening time or whatever. I would hope for their sake that they would have a lot more business than that, because I know we're just a little small family-owned business, and we have a lot more business than that, so I would imagine that their traffic would be higher than what's projected on that little thing. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that they could have saved a lot of money if they would have just asked me. I would have convinced my parents to just sell you our place. So that's all I have to say. Negotiations are.
Thank you for the humor. Anybody else? Our advisor.
So you need to do my address?
Please.
Okay.
I'm
Easy
sorry.
Mead at 18321 Tickle Creek Ave, Sandy, Oregon 97055. I was just going to address 2 items. One was this elevation. Sorry, can I borrow this? We were talking, or Emily had mentioned, you know, making this a little bit more prominent, and I completely understand her point of view. This is 26, and as a commuter, you really do see this face, and with all our residential projects, you don't want that side to be the back door, and with this on, it looks like a door with an awning, and I think that's what we want to avoid. I think an easy solution would be, right now, these are all equal. You can easily make this a bit larger, maybe a little taller. You're only increasing the split face cost. You already do this with the base stone at the front here. There's an opportunity, maybe you could increase that there right at the front, and maybe just change that to a gable without the wood beam, because that's pretty costly. So there's really little things you can do to just pop that little guy up and still have the vegetation kind of in between to provide that buffer. But I think that would be a quick, easy solution to still have your main entrance and still not hurt your budget. And the second thing was the light pollution. One of the exhibit items was the lighting cut sheet. I don't know, they didn't present it, but if you click that, the first picture you'll see is this. It's basically this light fixture, but you can easily tell that it's not the type of fixture you want for light pollution, because the light bulb is beyond the actual cover.
Right.
So I know for a fact they make plenty of those light fixtures with the light bulb inside the cover, and that would resolve the light pollution for that particular light fixture. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. Okay, you want a break now, or?
An hour and a half. Been an hour and a half. I think it'd help.
Okay.
5 minutes.
We'll take a break. And when we come back, we will go to staff meeting.
I'm dealing with however she's telling me to do it, so I'm letting this run because. Oh yeah, I can write down the break time. I'm just like with this. I'm not dealing with the whole thing. Yeah. I have been writing down times. Yes.
How do we go? We're doing the answers.
Actually, I will do.
Well, has been adopted. We've probably literally had about 3 years of good economic growth in the Sandy area. I mean, 2015 is when we saw property values start to rise, and 2015-16 is when we started to see commercial development interest in Sandy, such as the Goodwill and other things. There were a few buildings that were built with Sandy style before that, like Fresenius Medical Clinic, the AMPM that I think Mr. Benson is a part owner of. So there was other development that occurred in the recession, thank goodness. but there wasn't a lot. So we really, as far as commercial and industrial development, we haven't really had a lot of test studies for if the Sandy style works or not. We did have Goodwill, who complied with it in full, and that's why it didn't even come before you guys. It was actually a staff level decision. They complied with Sandy style 100%, except I think their frontage was 48% instead of 50, and the planning director at the time did that as an adjustment. Other than that, we've had a few other buildings here and there that have not been able to meet it, but it is not really a staff level decision on any regard to waive anything in 1790. So in April 2008, City Council, at the direction of a committee, adopted Sandy style. And I think, as the branding study has kind of shown, for good reasons. So as much as a staff member, I would love at times to use cost criteria or flexibility or the other thing that I mentioned, that I would love to do that. We can't do that. It's not set up in the code that staff can actually waive any of that stuff. So what's before you tonight is a lot of variances and some adjustments to the Sandy style, basically. And I think what staff feels is that some of those should be supported, some of those should not be supported, but in the end, it's really your decision to decide how much are we gonna make this store, this building adhere to Sandy style. In my opinion, it's a variance, it's a special variance, it's not creating any precedence for other stores or buildings. However, if we grant 8% window coverage on the north elevation facing the highway, are we going to have the next store come in and ask for 7%, 6%? And right now our code says 25%. So should we require them to do 25%? I don't know. But should it be as low as 8%? I mean, that to me, that doesn't seem like a best faith effort of trying to achieve our Sandy style goals. So I think what you really have before you tonight is to answer, what do we want to allow in this store that will then potentially set up a precedent, not for you guys approving it, but for what people are going to ask you to approve. And I think if we're getting things that are that far away from the standard, that I think we're going to run into an issue of getting things that even go lower to the standard. So I just want to bring that up. Sandy style was adopted, for better or worse, by City Council. It's been, for the most part, a very popular addition to the community, I think. Mm-hmm. And my predecessor spearheading in the downtown of the facade program it's been done in other communities, but it was a very well thought out, executed program that we're continuing today, and that's with the Sandy style in mind. So I just want to bring up that whatever you decide tonight, just think of how that's going to impact future applications as well coming before you. So.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Okay, applicant rebuttal. Response to anything staff is.
And you don't need to say anything if you don't have anything.
Yeah, you don't have to say
we can dialogue with you.
Okay. Now's when I give my little speech. What my order of events says here is that we are to close the public hearing, and we have our own little tradition on that for some very practical reasons. If we close the public hearing and then we go into discussion and we have a simple question to ask of the applicant, we have to reopen the public hearing, ask the applicant, have him or her say yes or maybe no or whatever, and then we have to close the public hearing again. And that could go on with just simple questions. So to allow continued dialogue between the Planning Commission staff and the applicant only, we keep the public hearing open from now until we have a sense of done this when we will close it. So that also say that from now on, the public opportunity for comment is indeed done. No comments, and for the applicant, it'd only be if we have a question and we ask you. And you can answer, you can talk to us, we just don't have to close and open, and do that routine. So, with that said, Don, you act like you have something right on the tip of your tongue.
Well, like with most of us, I just put in my pick list, and a lot has been said by everyone today, but, at the end of the day, we cut to the chase, to make a decision.
That's what we want to do.
And And so I know what you're going to do, Jerry. We're going to go through each of these one by one and stick a poll to where we're at. But what I heard the applicant say is that they wanted 70 parking spaces, and as a you know, that was their desire. The other key thing I heard from them was 17%, and then I heard the planning director say, you know, 17. You know, if we had a goal, we probably can make it work, because we all know 15% is not 14.92. I mean, it's a number. It's a goal, and so that's why I asked the question of, you know, what are we really talking about here? And you gave me like 19,500 square feet to round it off, and you know, the number that I think staff had was 17,000 plus change. You know, we're talking about 2,500 square feet. And what I hear is that without us worrying about details here, that if we were to approve the special conditional use with a modification to where it was 17% with whatever that square footage works out to be, that you guys could handle it, okay? And that would, I mean, because we don't need to take care of the details of where the pallets go. So I felt really great on that. On the Sandy style, I think you folks know where I am. I was sitting here when we did it, and Ron's here because he was a full participant. And I agree 100% with what you said. It's a slippery slope. And so anytime we approve something, you know, remember, it starts off with what's being asked for is not created by the applicant. That's the very first condition of a variance. So, you know, that's a pretty high standard, and in a lot of cases they are. And so what we try and do is find a good medium. And what I heard was some discussion on mainly the west side and on the north side. I think that most of the discussion on the east side was all pretty much kind of cop out and agreed to. Everybody's okay with it facing east. I was a little bit confused. I tend to agree with the applicant a little bit. You know, we want the stone, you know, the strong stone basing on that, for the Sandy style on the north side and all that. And then, you know, you have that fake entrance there, but you have your sign that says, you know, you announce to the company right there. And, you know, even if, yes, I agree with Emily, if you want to make them a little more prominent, I mean, that's what you, on Highway 26, if you want somebody to know that that's your store, that's your advertisement right there. Now, that's not the entrance. Well, why would we want to cover that up with vegetation? I mean, I tend to agree, you know, we have all that nice rock base, then if we put vegetation there. Now, I think on the west side, when you're coming into town, that's the back of the building. That's a tough one. That's the back of a building. What happens to the back of a building? Not much. So at the end of the day, putting a bunch of windows and all that back there that's what I would tend to screen a little bit, would be the west side. But I would keep the north side as open as possible. One, to show the building, to allow them to advertise their presence from 26 as opposed to shielded. So, and then, you know, on the windows, I agree with you. I don't know how we figure it out, but I will say from my standpoint, you know, if you want a variance, you got to be got pretty good reason to be pretty close to our number. And 8% versus 25. We did that agreement with Walgreens, and, you know, we came back around and there was only one variant. So, you know, we just got to come up with more windows on the north side, in my opinion. It doesn't need to be, it could be 24 and a half, but 8's kind of on the low side. Yeah. So that's my summary of everything that I wrote down. Just really 4 things.
Mine is, when I was, let's go roundtable. Yeah. Is when Sandy Style was here, for those of you that weren't here for the time, I was against it. Okay? And I was against it as an independent business owner, not so much for me, but for subsequent people down the road in terms of the additional costs that would be incurred, especially for more independent people, where, you know, just to try to weather it. I think that the benefits of it outweigh that. Still makes it absolutely makes it more costly to do. There's no question about it. But we've had it in place for 10 years. The results have been good on it. So I'm in favor of sticking with the code, having the 25% windows, the full shebang, what it takes to get it done, That's what I'm leaning towards. And then in terms of the parking, the outdoor landscaping, I'd love to see on the south side of the parking lot a little more vegetation. We have the retaining wall. I think you indicated that. And possibly moving the display area out into those parking spaces. I think the parking spaces really are display area. The whole thing, from looking at perusing some other sites, Tractor Supply, that seems to be kind of the MO. But I don't have anything definitive on that. And stick with the 15%. That's there. There just seems to be a lot of creep in terms of it. So is 17 really going to be 20? I don't know. And then just coming back, I do know that from anything that isn't incredibly clear, trying to enforce it is really difficult down the road. So us saying, and I think I'm right on that, so us here today being really clear is the enforcement more than anything else, not somebody coming through and giving a ticket out or warning you, etc. So I think the building looks nice. Is it more cost? Yeah. But it was indicated by the applicant that kind of, hey, you hit these two things or we can't make it work. And I can't answer that, only you guys can in terms of it. But to do business in Sandy, I'd love to see you here, but everybody else has complied. So anyway, that's mine.
I'm probably going to echo some of my fellow commissioners. I was here, not on the commission, I was in the Chamber of Commerce when Sandy Style was adopted, and I remember people who were not in favor of it and people that were in favor of it, and I think we've learned over the last 10 years that our communities benefit a lot from Sandy Style. And our job in the Planning Commission is to make sure that code is enforced. And we've seen a lot of businesses come into town that have balked at the Sandy Style. Even the ARCO station, when it came in, wasn't real thrilled about the excessive or the additional cost. However, it's the first thing you see when you come into Sandy, and I think we're all glad that the ARCO station looks like it does. So I do think this is a really visible place, and I think that holding to the Sandy Style is going to be really important. The 25%, especially on that north side, is going to be important. I'm not sure about the cost of the timbers either, but I know that we've had all these other businesses, whether it's Goodwill or Panda Express, or you can go down the list, and it's been really positive. That's why we have it in the code. That's why the community did a lot of work to decide whether or not to adopt Sandy Style, and I think it's our job to make sure that we stick with it. So I would like to see that 25% and the Sandy Style timbers, whether it's faux timbers, I think Emily said, but what we're looking for is that look. My only other things that I wanted to just touch on was I realized that they're going to need to take out those 2 established trees that are both in good condition. I think I heard you say 6 mitigation trees, or I read that somewhere. I don't know if you guys can work with them to see if those are trees that are kind of in keeping with our look, the City of Sandy look. I hate to lose any fir trees. And then the lighting, of course, I think the dark sky ordinance is important.
It's hard to get to this far and bring up something new.
Next time we'll start on that.
At this point, 15%, 20%, 17%, it appears the way that the outdoor displays are set up here, it's much different than the Kelso store, so I'm not really all that concerned of it being a mess like the Kelso store, so to speak. So 17% I have absolutely no problem with, as long as with the 70 parking spots that they're looking for or they propose, there's the right landscaping, as other people have already said, at that south end of the parking lot. Sandy Style. I know, Ron, you had to pay some money to put in Sandy Style, and I know recently we did some work, and you have to pay sometimes for what the code requires. And So I think you have to stand by it.
Okay.
I liked Kelly. I liked what he had to say about setting it all up. It is about Sandy style. I haven't been in this community that long. I've been here about 3 years. But as I drive into town, I know when I'm in Sandy. And, Sandy style, really, in this little bedroom community that, frankly, doesn't have a whole lot of unique small town characteristics. I think that really ties it together. And I, as just a new citizen, I see that and I like it. And so, you know, the developers, the applicants, main issues were about the 70 parking lots and the 17%. And those are things that I don't have that strong of an opinion on. But the Sandy style, although it costs more money, you guys are a big company, or you represent a big company, Tractor Supply Company, who is going to be leasing it. You're just going to add that stuff to the lease basically, and they're going to be paying it. So I would be 100% in favor of sticking as close to possible as to Sandy style. And the other issues, I think, you know, we can talk about them, but they don't seem to be those don't seem to be deal killers.
Okay. So how do we put that all together?
Or Jared, what do you think, Jared?
We don't have them on and we're on.
Yeah.
We'll figure that out.
No, I appreciate your comments, Kelly, and it really does help us focus where we need to be. And again, on and I'm trying to, we got to keep the percentage, the 15, so forth. That has to do with the outdoor space. And then the 25% versus 8 has to do with windows.
And that one I think is key here. Everybody mentions Sandy style, and 1790 kind of talks about Sandy style, but the things like the 70 parking spaces isn't Sandy style. The 15% outdoor storage isn't Sandy style. The 25% windows is Sandy style. Right. So I think we need to be a little bit careful there on how we're continuing to use that. Because, you know, they're meeting. Keep in mind, we're not here to approve anything on parking. Based on they're meeting the minimum, even with your modifications, you're meeting the minimum, right? So they're just saying they wanted. I mean, we're not here questioning the parking spaces. You've recommended how many parking spaces, Emily?
60.
60, and that meets, right?
That exceeds our minimum parking.
That exceeds what they need, right? And they're just saying they wanted 70. Okay, so I'm saying that's just that we're not here to approve or disapprove or anything on parking spaces. They just gave us a goal, and the goal was a little higher than what you're recommending. Okay, almost with the 15 or 17, I would say, well, as things move around with these outdoor spaces and stuff, maybe all that can be worked out. I mean, I don't see that as anything we're approving. I just want to see it get mixed up. Well, I think it's discussion, but we're not approving 70 parking spaces versus 50 or something.
I think the other one too is that staff came back, if I interpreted correctly, in the fenced outdoor display area. They took away 2,100 square feet that they technically could say was it, and then moved that to a different spot, right? The 2,100 square feet.
We did not.
The driveway?
The driveway.
Yeah, we didn't really move it to a different spot.
Well, you didn't move it, but you took it out of the calculations. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And so you gave that. You gave that up on it. So I mean, that's what I'm saying in terms of 15, 17. It's that kind of scope creep on it. So.
Well, to me, it's not necessarily scope creep because no number is specific. 15%. There's no science behind 15%. It's just a number in the code. And so we have to decide how far we want to be. And to me, 17 versus 15, I can work with that. 8% on windows versus 25% on windows, I can't work with that, okay? That's within my value judgment. So the thing is, you know, if you take that 2,100 square feet, okay, those goes back into parking spaces. How many is whatever. It doesn't make any difference. But at the end of the day, that also is the difference that gets you from 22% down to 17% or whatever it was. So I think those things mix. If you just put the heads together, you can figure that out. As long as 17% is okay. If you go to 15, then you definitely got 70 parking spaces because all of the storage is in the back.
And so can I have one little point of clarification? Yeah. So if you decide, just to clarify here, if you decide not to go with the staff recommendation of 60 and allow the 70 or whatever you want to allow, that would just need to be, we would just need direction on that. because it would not line up with the staff recommendations, so we would need to know tonight how many spaces
Right.
we want left.
We would change that, and then if we all
Right.
agreed, we'd approve that, whatever that number is.
I just wanted to make sure everybody in the audience was aware of that.
Yeah.
And going back on the 8%, 25% of the windows, we're really talking more than just the windows. It's the whole facade must meet Sandy style, right? Including the 25% window coverage.
And the
So it's timber.
The gabled window, the gabled, I think, is what we're
So-
also missing.
As you guys, it's been done this same way in the 7.5 years I've been here, so I don't know how it was done on planning commission before that. But I know since I've been here, when we typically give variances, there has to be a pretty good reason for them. And then sometimes that kind of creates, because you don't have to grant a special variance, there's nothing saying you have to. But if you want to grant one, that's when there's kind of some give and take with, okay, we're not going to require an actual entry going out to the highway as required by the code. But in lieu of that, we're going to require that it looks like an actual entryway, with a gabled entry with timbers. So that there's kind of usually with the variance process of the planning commission, there's been some give and take. It's kind of like at the last few subdivisions with the transit street, we said you don't have to face the house up this way, but then Don brought up a good point of, but the house has to have extra architectural details in the fence. Same kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's almost what I was saying when I felt that the more enhanced fake entrance on that north side, outside of meeting Sandy style, I thought it benefited the applicant because it advertised your business on highway. That's your free sign, that's right there that says this is our business. And remember, they're coming by there at 40 miles an hour. They still haven't slowed down yet. So you want that sign on the north side of the building to be, I would say, a little bit larger. As large as makes sense, the code will allow.
I'm going to ask a question for clarification. Emily, I guess, on that north elevation, where that faux entrance is, what's in front of that entrance? Is it just landscaping?
See, I did not put that slide in the slideshow. It looks like the wall extends a little bit, but it will probably be like half a foot at that point, as seen from Highway 26. My recollection from the landscaping plan is that the landscaping was slightly more concentrated to the east, so like kind of more by the parking lot, which would make sense, kind of screen the parking lot. So we do require parking lot screening as well, so it's kind of 2 for 1 there. But I don't remember off the top of my head specifically.
And I will bring up that I remember talking to Lindsay, who's another employee at Extender. So it came out at a pre-op that we were talking about this entry, and I said, unless there's egress, ingress requirements, because I think they have doors, and they can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but on the south, west, east, and back side. So there's doors on all 4 sides of the building. One of which goes into the storage area, one of which goes to the parking lot, one of which is for employees only to the rear, and that's all they wanted was those 3 doors. And so when we first brought it up, there'd be a faux entry. What do you want this for ingress, egress? And she had told me no at the pre-op. We said, well, then don't put a sidewalk down to it. Because I went to some town on the East Coast where they had that, and I went up to the door, and it didn't even move at all because it wasn't a real door. So I said, let's not have people coming off the highway and going up to the door. It'll have a look, but when you're a pedestrian, you want to actually try to enter that door. So I think if you look at the site plan, that's why there's no sidewalk going up to it, and it's landscaped, so that people don't try to enter through a door that doesn't function.
Where I was going with it was, and this may throw a monkey wrench in every thinking, but do we come off looking foolish requiring a door to nowhere? I mean, you're driving into town, you look at the building, you see this nice front door, and yet you look at it and you say, wait a minute.
Hey, I just
there is no sidewalk, there's grass and trees in front of it. What's with that? But we've done that because we've activated that wall, right?
Yeah, I mean, it can look,
just to me, it looks kind of, it would look.
We do it in the residential areas. Now, the fact we put a door that actually works or not, it's all from the appearance from the street. The fact is, the door opens or not is.
But when we put a door in a house, there's usually a porch and a sidewalk going out.
Yeah.
There's some functionality to it. This,
Yeah,
I'm
well,
saying, is just a door that has nothing in front. You wouldn't even think to go up to it because there's no way to get there. You're walking through
That was the
weeds.
intention behind not putting a
Yeah,
sidewalk to it.
yeah.
Yeah,
It
well,
just- I just want us to think about the implications, but we caused that problem by activating that wall.
But is there a fire code requirement that you need to have an exit out that side of the building?
No.
The fire code requirements, and I'm not a building official, but the fire code requirements, from any point in the store, you have to have at least two exits. And if you go to a certain point in the building and you can't meet that, then you have to put another door in.
Well,
So I don't know, they haven't given me they haven't given our building official, as far as I'm aware, the analysis
Okay,
on
well-
that, so that might turn into a required door, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what my thought would be. It's a door that opens only out and it's only for an escape purpose.
Right. But in our early talks with a Hicks Snedeker representative, I was told that they can design the store with meeting egress ingress without having to go on that side. That's all I've been
Okay.
told, so I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
the point is, if we're gonna be Sandy style, it's gonna have something that's gonna be like there. It's gonna be
If
something
we
like
activate that wall,
that. Well, yeah, and I would think we need to because of the,
because it's facing 26.
well, yeah, I mean,
Okay,
if-
okay.
I mean, that would be a complete, to me,
Even before Sandy style on my building, they built like 18 years ago.
You
I
got
had
folding
I had
doors.
exactly the same thing. I have a door that I had to put in to meet it, and it hasn't been open for 10 years. Or whatever, okay? But it looks good. It does look good.
Yeah, and you got-
I'm glad it's there.
Windows that don't open.
I'll come open tomorrow.
Anyway,
Okay. I just wanted to get us to make sure we know what we're doing.
So I
So-
guess I'm still not sure what's happening with, I mean, it sounds like everybody's in agreement kind of with the north side, but what's happening with the west side? Because that's one of the first things that people are going to see. And there's not going to be anything built next to it for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. To me, that's the one that I would want to put some vegetative screening, as opposed to piling a bunch of Sandy style elements on a back wall, on the back of a building. The only problem with the back of that building faces 26 when you come in. And so that's why I suggested I would look at doing some screening there to break it up. But then that's why I suggested don't do screening on the north side, because you got all those elements and you're advertising the store. So to me, the screening should
So
be.
directly west of
around
this
the
building, there's a power line easement, so there won't be any buildings, I can tell you that much
Right.
ever. Or any vegetation that's west of this building off this property would, at any time, be trimmed or removed by the BPA, the Buffalo Power Administration. So, I don't know, but I can tell you that.
And Emily, were you saying that you really didn't have much information about the treatment of the west side?
Yeah, I mean, on this, the elevations that like were in your packet, if you look at the bottom one is the west elevation. So, I mean, they did show us the proposal that has no Sandy style elements really at all. And then through our, initial conversations, we were led to believe that it would be screened with vegetation, but the landscaping plan doesn't reflect that. And what I think I was hearing from the applicant, which makes sense, is there's not a ton of space there, so there's not really enough room to do a kind of more thorough vegetative buffer, because it's sort of the loading area. And so on the slide that should be on your computers, you can see that where the receiving doors are, and there's sort of a place where the trucks would drive in. That's presumably that ramp that we saw in the pictures of the Kelso store. So that leaves a little area kind of in between.
That little triangle?
And then a tiny, probably 5 foot or so buffer right along that property line. And I'm not sure possibly in that triangle area you could get more vegetation planted, but that would be, fairly offset from the highway, so it would screen maybe like the back quarter of the building or so, based on the angles, if that. But I think really it's kind of that northwest corner of the site that would need more screening up there, and there's just not room the way it's proposed, the way it's laid out here to do that.
And you don't have much information in the landscape plan.
They showed some rhododendrons that would be put in at 3 feet, which I believe could get up to about 8 feet or so tall, but I don't
Along
think that would happen within 2 years.
that little thing on the property line, or that triangle?
Yeah, there's sort of one line in the triangle, and then there's one line kind of by,
Okay. So
like the
you feel that would
northwest.
probably need to be adjusted?
There would need to be more landscaping if we were gonna rely on
Okay.
landscaping, yeah, it would have to be.
Understand where
probably-
we're at on that?
But there, this diagram to me does show some sandy style elements, if I'm interpreting it right. I mean, it shows rock, shows a rock base. Shows a
On the
little
west
difference in.
side, number 4, it's showing, I just think it's showing a brick, a split face CMU.
Well, this right here is, to me, this is, looks like the same kind of stone that was on the others.
It's not, it's 8-inch split face CMU, it's a different color. It looks similar to that
Or is it
number
just a
3
different
above
color
it, but it's
siding?
not the same.
Is it part of
Well,
this?
at the end of the day, they're not even asking for a variance on the west side. We're mining into the west side for what purpose? The bottom line is they're not asking for anything, and they gotta meet Sandy style. They know that. They're not asking for a variance on it, so I don't know why we're
Right.
talking much about
Well-
the west side.
Well, because they didn't give enough information. If we go by
They
their
didn't-
landscape
they didn't
plan,
show us.
if we approve it as a landscape plan, it's not approvable.
Well, you put in a landscape plan, but they still, they.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking Sandy style, I'm just talking the landscape plan for that.
Yeah, and that's what I
side.
want to just focus on, is that if that's the landscape plan, it's a landscape plan, because otherwise they're gonna meet code on that side.
Yeah.
Because they haven't
Yeah, I
asked,
mean, if they
they
were to
haven't
meet
asked
code
them
on that
not meet
side, it would
code.
look more like the first elevation here.
Just take a look at it real quick.
Should be the same one you have.
They're bringing them up.
Well, what we're approving then is the recommendation of the board, right, which says an updated landscaping plan for that west
Right.
elevation.
That is what staff asked for.
Our recommendation was either that they update the elevation, the west side elevation, to meet Sandy style in full at this point, because we haven't heard, like,
Right.
they mentioned, they haven't asked for a variance. So they would either meet our code by meeting Sandy style, which would include the heavy timbers, the gabled entries, the 25% window coverage, all of those things, or to meet it through screening 80% opacity within 2 years using vegetation. The way the site plan's laid out, I don't know that it can be achieved via vegetation.
No.
They could model it, I mean, they have a model already, they could throw in, Leland cypress or some kind of screen to see, but.
I think it'd be too wide for that, but yeah.
Yeah, for a
something like
5 foot, or I don't know, I don't know with this kind of back receiving area, if that can be narrowed at all. I don't know if things could be shifted over. I mean, then probably you'd be creeping into the product display areas in the front a little bit if you needed to shift the whole building 5 feet or something and create maybe a 10-foot landscaping buffer where you could actually get a couple, plants staggered and a little bit more kind of depth. We asked for clarification at the completeness stage, and we didn't really get it. So rather than deem it incomplete and not hold this meeting tonight, we said, kind of went with either
Okay.
update the elevation or, screen it with landscaping. Those are kind of the two options. So.
Okay, I think we've talked it out enough. Let's close the public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
Been moved and seconded. I heard a second
Second.
here. John?
Thank you.
To close the public hearing at 9:51. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. We can, I don't want to let Don down to work through our things that we can kind of check off and get some of the easier ones out of the way. The first one, the adjustment on the 8-foot parapet.
Are you on 64, Jerry?
66.
I know if you wanted that. Okay, we can do that.
Okay. Everybody agree on that, the
Okay.
adjustment on the parapet?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the next one, allow less than 50% of the street frontage as a building?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Any issues there? Okay. Allowing building not to face a public street, that's an entrance towards the parking lot.
Yes.
Kind of have to, given the topography. Okay, now, the variance request to approve activating the frontage. Now, in the recommendation is to window coverage variance reviewed separate. Oh, okay, I'm reading the notes here. to waive the requirements of the activated frontage on the north elevation. We were saying no.
Right.
Yeah.
That, gotta make sure we're not
Is that?
cross-talking ourselves.
Yeah, because you recommended we approve that, so, but we're saying kind of, maybe the skin's in the definition of activated, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, our recommendation was to kind of allow the entry to face east rather than north, but not to waive the window requirement there, which I
Right.
guess probably would be just a deny that.
Yeah, that's what I want. Number 4, we basically saying we were to deny that?
Yeah, I'm unclear too.
I mean, you said to approve it, okay, but what we're talking about is we want the sandy style, we want the extra elements, we want that north side to look good. For that to be the case, we have to say it is activated, right?
Yes.
So that means we would deny number 4.
Deny the,
Mhm.
right.
Okay.
Well, kind of.
But allow
So-
the real entry to be on the east, right?
Yeah, and it's not just the entry, it also actually says an entry with a pedestrian shelter with a 5 feet overhang on the sidewalk and a walkway. So I think you are wanting to, if you want to allow the main entry to face the parking lot and not to require a walkway to that door on the north, I think you are waiving that's the activated elevation. But then on the next one, you're still requiring more than 8% windows, basically.
Okay, I just wanted to
It's
be
kind of
clear.
confusing.
But
We
is-
were a little
Yeah.
baffled when we were reading through it all.
But is there, I guess coming back to it, is there on that north elevation, is there more than just the 25% window? Is it the
Yeah, we're
gables?
recommending the
Yeah, I
gable
guess
roof
you're right, yeah.
entry with
So
the
that's
heavy
what,
timbers.
right, so where does it,
So, I don't know,
Yeah,
that's a
it
good
was-
question for our attorney. Make him earn his worth here.
That comes up in one of the proposed conditions. That's one of the bolded pieces in the staff report, if I recall correctly.
Do you know
Yeah.
what page?
Because I think the easiest way to address this, I mean, you've got, obviously, as usual, you've got a lot of
Particulars.
and recommended conditions
Yeah.
ultimately. That's where staff does a lot of their bolded text, has become conditions. Which, from the discussion, it sounds like 95% of those you're gonna ultimately have in your final order. You're gonna support what staff recommended.
Exactly.
So probably the easiest thing for tonight's purposes is to say in those areas, and I think it's probably gonna get to perhaps the outdoor storage issue, you know, whether you go 17, 15, 20, the parking issue, and what's the third one? Now, the windows.
West elevation, maybe?
The west elevation, probably, where you'd be making essentially a change to what has been recommended.
Change to what, okay.
Otherwise, without having changed anything, you're assuming that those gold pieces are going to make it into your final order.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, in the 3 areas that you mentioned that we were making a variance to the staff recommendation.
So, in fact, if you go, and maybe if I'm looking at the last, literally the last page of the.
that's what we are, 66.
Right. Page 66, exactly. So down at that 4th bullet, variance to section 120D7 to waive the requirements of an activated frontage. As Kelly said, essentially you are doing that, but you're going to have, I guess, a little more detail on that entry. I think we should specify what that's going to be, maybe with a little more language about, you know, is it going to be something that's a gabled entry, and then that ties into the next variance, which is the window percentage, and then the treatment, allowing it to be, staff has said that they're okay with it being a faux window. I don't think that came up in the discussion at all, so I'm going to assume that you were okay with that.
Okay, so we have to kind of be more particular, definitive on the application of Sandy style on the west side, on the north side.
Correct, and then ultimately consistent with what you just talked about
Right.
on the west side with respect to whether you just go ahead and say, do you request or require more landscaping, or are you going to say, give it essentially the treatment that you're requiring on the north side?
Okay, north side, do we understand?
North side, yeah, that's the window coverage variance here, is it says staff recommends the planning commission deny the applicant's request for a variance of window requirement.
Yeah, that's
Right,
normal,
but
isn't it?
Staff recommends the 25% window.
Right,
So-
but we need to define
What?
what additional, as far as gables and so forth, what of the Sandy style we want on that north wall.
I think, hold on
Kelly?
one second.
What does the code already
52.
require?
That's 52 and 53.
Yeah. 52 is where we kind of talked about it, but it's also mentioned, I mean, we started on page 50, so like I said, a lot of these sort of overlap, a lot of these variances. So on
Yeah.
page 50, when we're talking about the building facing the public street, we talked about the more prominent faux entrance on the north elevation, more prominent vegetation and additional windows. And then that talks more about specifically that the north elevation would have a gabled roof feature above the faux entryway, and that it shall use heavy timbers and brackets consistent with the entry on the east elevation of the building.
Yeah.
It's all at the top of page 51.
Yeah.
And the bold on 52.
That's on 51, and then on 52, just sort of, again, reiterated kind of the summary,
just a
which was the
repeat
more
about 3 or
prominent
4
faux entry on the
places.
north elevation, the vegetation, and the additional windows.
Okay.
We didn't specifically call out the gable there, because it was called out in the last one, but it's sort of a repeat, because it's,
Well, the
I mean,
key is-
really that activated elevation variance is a combination of two things. It's the kind of the building, entryway, and then also the windows. Those are the two elements that they've activated. So I guess like we kind of said, well, approve the entryway not facing that, but deny the windows. I mean, you could also, I guess, phrase it kind of the opposite. It's a little confusing because it's a two-part, and we're sort of recommending approval of one, but not the other, I guess.
So we're going with the bold on 52, is what I'm picking up.
Well, I would do it, I would look at,
Bold on
I would
53.
do the top of 51. They're the same, I think. But see, 51's bold applies to the top of 50, which is buildings facing public street variance. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the north aspect, which faces the public street. So they use the same words in 3 different places here, because they overlap. But I think if we want to target on what we want on that north face, what the top of 51 is,
Yeah.
is where the
Yeah,
top
either
is
place, I
covered.
think it's the same, like you say.
Yeah, but this is where the topic's covered.
So could we maybe address a couple of different things? Jerry brought up the idea of a door that goes to nowhere. They're trying to keep price down. We want windows and gables. What if, is it possible to not require a door, but just to have windows with gables? In other words, have the faux windows and gables would probably be less expensive than the large gable and door on the north side. So does that make sense?
Yeah. except
You guys
it
can
doesn't matter
acquire whatever you
expense.
want. This is immediate.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Large gable.
It's still variance.
Personally, I wouldn't support it because for consistency, we look what we've done in residences,
Okay.
residentials. I mean, we put in what looks like what boils down to looks like a front door and practice is a back door.
Okay.
All right, so it's just a slippery slope.
Okay.
The other thing, to be honest with you, I think the applicant would like it the way it is because it gives them a chance to advertise their
That's
business with it right on top of there. I mean, I put the biggest sign that the sign would allow facing 26 because they're advertising your business.
I mean, they're doing it on, just to remind you what their front's gonna look like.
Well.
Right, but the front, nobody's gonna, yeah.
At the front, you wouldn't have to have all these windows, but you could have a gable feature with a big sign, so I don't know.
Right. And that's what I was suggesting to see.
We'll get you
Well, is it,
Yeah, if you had it there.
yeah, is there a problem to have
That would be
something?
just as prominent as possible because that's your advertising, it's on 26.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it needs to be gabled and window.
Okay.
That's the average business.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Okay, let's move on. If
Is it, just again, for clarity, when this thing gets written, I'm hearing that the language on top of 51 is what it would be modeled after.
Yep,
yes.
that's
It's
the,
virtually the same.
including the bold.
Yeah, the recommendation.
And that really addresses then both the activated frontage, basically bullet point 4 and bullet point 5.
Well, bullet point 5 is the non-transparent windows, which would be a separate subject.
Right, because they would be faux windows.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, are we all okay with full windows?
okay with
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so that says we're okay with 5. We're making progress. Now we're into retaining walls.
Retaining walls. Any issues on that one? I don't think there was.
Retaining walls
That
tend to be
sounded
engineered, as required to build on the site, so.
Yep.
And would you want the additional treatment that I pointed out that I think we missed on the back?
Some wall relief,
Yes,
yes.
some wall
Yeah,
relief.
you had that in your.
Across the board.
Yeah.
Kind
So you want,
of.
okay.
At least I thought I said.
Definitely.
You said architectural.
That,
And
what was that one?
I got it.
adding relief
That was on the.
to the walls.
Actually, from at least Lock and Load, I don't think there's any price difference anymore. They don't even do like the front, they don't even do the flat walls anymore.
Yeah, in the middle of page 56, he's written down, proposed architectural treatment for all exposed sections of the retaining wall.
Yeah, there you go.
That's in the middle of page 56, bold.
Yeah, Lock and Load and Ultrablock, the two big companies that most people use. I think Ultrablock still makes a flat one, but Lock and Load I don't even believe makes a flat one anymore. Because so many cities wanted the non-flat, so
Yeah.
I don't think they make it anymore.
Okay, the bottom one. Mitigation trees.
Well, we gotta plant mitigation trees, because the
Yep.
ones they're gonna remove are in the middle of the store.
Yep.
That reminds me of Walgreens.
I hate to ask this question. Isn't there, we have all the street trees, isn't there something in there to plant a certain spacing of trees along Highway 26?
A certain spacing of trees.
Well, a certain caliper, I mean, we
Yeah.
want big
Yeah, that's
trees.
just-
Yeah,
tree
I
requirement.
didn't
Just-
go over that section because it's not.
But it's
It's
covered.
not very.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
It's a medium tree every
Good.
30 feet, a large tree every, or a large tree every 50
Oh,
feet.
it's fine. I'm
on and
perfect.
off,
Yeah, yeah.
And to answer
She's doing her
Hollis's
job.
previous question,
Perfect.
the mitigation trees have to be native. Typically, we use Doug fir or western red cedar, and we do western hemlock. It's a nice one we don't use a lot.
So you just haven't seen where they're gonna go yet?
We
That
have
would be
not
in the
seen where they're gonna
landscape.
go. The narrative says they will do 6, which would exceed our 2-to-1 ratio, so that's great. Just need to see where they go and what they are, but any native, it's sort of a like tree, so they're removing a Doug fir and a
Right.
Scots pine, both large evergreens. They'll need to be replaced with large native evergreens, and they'll be at 6 to 8 feet tall when planted. That's standard.
Okay, special variance on, I'm confused on the one you're denying.
So
I thought I heard you say in your staff report that your calculations looked like on the east, the front of the store, it was, the 25% looked like they were about 25.
It appears, yeah, I mean, it appears that they're close. We didn't get a calculation on that, so they could either submit one showing that it's 25, or if you wanted to say, close more than 23 or whatever number you wanted to set.
Well, and that's the activated elevation, right?
Yeah, we're seeing the east and the north.
So if they're, I wondered, there's no need for a variance if that's the activated elevation, and if they got 25%.
Yeah, they just had to show what the building plan showed.
Yeah, so, I mean,
But on the
yeah,
north
so you're
elevation-
recommending we deny it, but I just wondered if there's any reason why it was even there, why it was
Oh,
requested.
that's the north elevation.
That's the north elevation.
Oh, but the north elevation is not activated.
No, it is.
Not fully. It's that
sort of.
part of the code that
That we're interpreting to be
The north elevation
semi-activated.
would be the activated elevation, so they're asking to waive that. Our recommendation, which I get is unclear, is sort of like, okay, well, part of the activated frontage is where the front entryway is, and the other part is sort of the window thing. And we're saying, we're okay with the front entry moving closer to the parking lot. It just, logically, it makes sense, given the nature of the store, like we said. But the window part of the activated frontage, we would still like to see being met along the highway.
But is the north side activated? Is it an activated?
Partially, yes.
What do you mean by partially?
Well, to
doesn't
be
have
fully,
a-
you would have to have the front door that's going to the parking lot.
We're allowing the front door to move to the
Yeah, I mean, I just
side.
think it's confusing,
Yeah, well, we've
It's either
demonstrated
activated
that.
or it's not, and if it is, certain things apply.
So if it was the activated frontage, it would have to have the front door facing the highway, and it would have to have a walkway from the highway going to the front door.
Right, so it's not activated. To me, we've already said we want them on the north side to meet the Sandy style, the top of 51. I mean, we've dealt with the north side by the text at the top of 51.
That doesn't address, well, actually it does address.
There's
the
another
windows
section
there, I
actually
think.
that doesn't have, as Emily laid out in here, that doesn't have activated frontage. In the windows section of the design review, there's a separate one than activated frontage that says any elevation visible from the highway has to have 25% windows on lawn floor.
Okay.
That's why we're saying that if the north side's visible from the highway, which it is, it has to have 25%. They're
Okay.
asking to waive that and get it down to 80.
Okay, so we're looking at denying it, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So it is a separate code section. And then that code section also would also say since the west elevation is visible, it would have to have 25% windows. Or we're saying, the code actually doesn't even allow for the screening, so we're saying in the alternative to work with the applicant, we're allowing for a combination of screening and sandy style.
On the west.
For the back, yes.
On the
correct.
west.
So that, I guess, could have been another variance to, I don't know.
Well, that was, we were just unclear, so that's like,
Yes.
we need clarification, and here are the two options, kind of, but.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we would do if they wanted a variance to that west elevation. I think it would have to come back before you guys.
Unless you give us direction to work with them to have a combination of screening and sandy style.
Well, I suggest we do that. You know, I have faith in staff to,
Yeah.
because if staff doesn't think they can come to them with an agreement, they'll come back to us.
Is that window requirement section separate from the activated frontage requirement?
Mm-hmm.
One of them's in 1790-120D, and the other one's in 1790-120E.
Okay.
I don't write the code, I just enforce it. So.
No, you
It's very
interpret it.
complicated.
Yeah, you know
Code
it.
enforcement enforces it.
You know it. Okay, so, where was my thought going? We've got that on,
Do we need to write some kind of a statement on the west elevation?
yes, that's where we're going. That would be to instruct staff to work with the applicant on vegetation or screening on the west.
Combination of sandy style elements plus vegetation screening on the west.
Yeah. Are you comfortable with that? With us giving that?
As long as David is.
Yeah, I think as Don said, if it doesn't work, they can always come back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I would trust staff that, they'll come up with something that makes sense, and if they don't feel like it'll come to us, so the applicant can come back with us and ask for something. But I'd like to avoid that if possible, so they can move forward.
Are we ready for a motion?
No, we got to deal with the special conditional use.
Yeah, that was the
Which is
only
the
thing.
17%, which is left off of your list at the bottom of 66.
Oh, on the, okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in the break.
So, to me, it seems like that you're actually going to be approving, the consensus is to approve the special conditional use. Minor conditional use, excuse me, thank you. Minor conditional use at a percentage, though, that is different than what the applicant wanted and what staff recommended.
Well, it's possible. Ron was at 15, but some of them were
Well, that's
17,
yes,
so,
to be
I mean,
determined.
I would suggest, I don't know how you want to do it, 17%, or if you want somebody give me a square footage. You have a square footage already on the middle of page 64 of 17,207, which is 15% of some number. So if you quickly do a calculation to figure out what that number is, then multiply it by 0.17, we can put a percent, we can put a square footage.
19.5 and change.
Yeah.
What is it?
I'm comfortable with just going with the 17%.
Well, 19,000.
Would you say
500.
19,515?
That's what I had down.
Yeah.
19,515.
As being 17.
19,515, was that applicant told us?
I'd stay with
Just nod their
percentage.
head.
Yeah, it's better
Yeah.
Yeah.
stick with the percentage, because then if they move the size of the building or something.
Well, it's dependent on the size of the lot.
Yeah. So-
But if they did move the size of the lot, that could change the percentage size. Because it is not, it's tentatively approved. It's not The final plat hasn't been recorded. That lot size, there's no guarantee right now that lot size will change. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
It's not it's a tentatively approved partition.
So maybe it's 17%.
So shouldn't we go with the percentage then rather than?
Well, then we go with the percentage, then
Yeah.
17, with the intent.
So it could waver a little bit, but it would still get us to the intent of allowing 17%.
Yeah.
That's what they
So,
said.
We okay, consensus on 17? I know you had said 15.
I'm 15, but that's okay. It sounds like most are.
That's okay.
I'd actually want to, because we, the original calculation had that 2,100 square foot area within the fence thing. I'm wondering if we can do a quick math on what percent it is actually once we exempt that out existing. Because we're going to need clarification on whether you want us to meet our landscaping standards for the parking lot or not. And so it might already be.
But if you, the total areas, I added up the total areas you have in red, which is still up there, and I got 22,130. Then if you pull 2,100 off of that, you're at 20,000, rough 20,000, which is then 500.
So the downside of going with the percentage is if they decide to buy another quarter of an acre, then the percentage would go, they'd get more. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The
Well,
percent of outdoor storage would go way up.
Well,
So I don't
but
know.
they got more room, so.
I don't really, yeah, exactly. So I don't really care either way. I'm just saying, I'm just letting you know if the percentage and the lot is different, then it could go up. If not, then.
Yeah, I was taking it from there, they said,
Let's
from
do
a
it
business
15
perspective,
then.
they could live with 17%.
Or we could go with the 19,515, so if the lot size changes slightly, it doesn't matter, it's still 19,515. It's really up to you guys how you want to do it, but I'm just bringing up the different aspects of it.
Any particular?
I just say stay with the 15. If they can change the lot size and all, then stay with what it is in the code. I mean,
Yeah,
that just
I
sounds
agree.
crazy.
Mhm.
Stay with the code. The 15.
Let's stick with the percentage.
Well, I'm still at 17.
That's okay.
I mean, all we were talking about, I heard everybody, Ron said 15, everybody else saying 17. Only discussion was, do we put 17% in the motion or 19,515?
Yeah.
That was the only discussion,
think-
it wasn't to change people's opinion between 15 or 17. And, you know, Kelly said, well, if they change the lot, then the percentage.
They would have to come back through me for tentative plat approval, but that wouldn't come back before you guys, and I would
Right.
have no
Right.
reason to deny it.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to give you the full scope of what could
Yeah,
happen.
yeah,
I've
all
seen
the-
tentative plats that change in size all the time before final plat approval, so.
The unintended
So what's your
consequences.
preference, percent
I
or
would
square
just,
footage?
I would go with your recommendation after I've thought about it more of the 19,515, and that way if the lot gets a little smaller or a little bit bigger, they're still getting their 19,515, and we're not parallel others.
Okay, so I wrote that down.
I'm with that.
And,
That sounds
and
good.
when we get to that point, Jerry, I'll be glad to make a motion to,
There's one more
which
piece.
changes that number,
Yeah.
which then changes what we approve or deny.
Okay. John says one other thing.
Is it fenced or not fenced out front
What?
on the sidewalk here?
That
Staff was
part,
recommending
staff
was
that it be
recommending
Yes.
to be
fenced and
fenced.
Bringing that fence out, and, yeah, I see the applicant's desire to not bring that fence out, those little chunks. Because my understanding is that front area is like display of small equipment and kind of stuff, where the back behind the fence is more bigger things. You know, it has the look of going into Home Depot, where all those gas grills out front. So it doesn't, that's where I was. I don't know where you were thinking, was leave it the way it
I think as the
Mm-hmm.
is.
applicant's suggesting is the way that fits the best with the front of the store, the way everything else is.
Right,
It flows.
because, yeah,
Yeah.
other thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's closed though, haven't you
Yeah.
guys closed it?
Yeah.
The applicant's talking back here, but I think it's, you guys closed.
It's closed.
Yeah, he's not talking to us.
Yeah.
I said if a question is necessary
No.
on the operation.
No, we can't talk to you now. The public hearing is
Oh,
closed.
Okay, I thought you said you could ask a question of me.
We,
Until we closed it. We did close it, didn't we?
We'll close it.
Okay.
We can open it up again if you want.
So, other things, you know what we were saying?
So you said no to that one on
So
the
don't
staff
extend the
record.
fence, we're approving it at
Yeah, we got
19.
it.
Yeah, those little,
Yeah.
those two little
Sounds
bump
fine.
outs. Anything else, John, that we
No.
didn't get? Okay, Don.
The
you-
only other thing is parking. Do
Yeah, I
you want
need
to just allow the
clarification
70,
on-
or do you want to go with staff 60, or what do you want there? Because right now in the bold it says 60. So if you want to allow the 70, that's fine. We will just have to change the bold. So we.
It appears it works with 70 right now.
Well, 60 or 70 both meet the minimum required, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We're
So
not
why
giving
do we
up any
care?
landscaping?
No, because
Yes,
you give away
you'd
some
be-
of the
Hold
outside
on
square.
just a second.
You'd be giving up, so that we were saying there should in theory be a landscape bay on that west side of
Right.
parking, because
Right.
there's so many,
I don't want to,
you
I don't
know.
want to see us give up the landscape for additional parking.
Yes, as currently, as the applicant is currently laid out, they do not meet code. So what Emily basically said is if you want them to meet code, they're gonna have to put landscaping at the ends of all parking bays. With the current layout, it's not achievable.
So-
They're gonna be removing some outdoor storage though, so I think there's gonna be some land for landscaping, right?
On the south side.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, it sounds like, I mean, from the discussion, they could keep those 9 southern spaces. They would have to get rid of 1 of the western spaces, and then of that storage area on the south side, kind of both ends of it would need to have trees and landscaping. So that would shrink that area of outdoor storage a little bit.
Okay.
And then we would need at least a 5-foot landscaping buffer between that parking and the property, which it may be shown at 5 feet already. That wouldn't include the curb, but.
Yeah.
So there'd be the loss of at least 1 parking spot to meet the code intention.
Well, then, the bottom line is they're not asking for a variance at all in the landscaping, so they're gonna meet it. And the number of parking spaces is whatever it turns out to be.
Yeah, when they get the
So do you want-
landscape.
So I guess that's a question, do you want them to meet landscaping standards?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
So
they didn't ask for a
That's
variance.
gonna dictate what the parking is laid out.
Right.
But that'll
It
be-
cannot go below 7, above
Yeah,
7.
but they didn't ask for a variance, so why wouldn't they not meet it?
And that's gonna sort of play out as it plays out.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
I mean,
gonna play out,
There's a
yeah.
minimum and there's
69
a maximum. Is there a maximum number of
No.
parking spaces?
70.
So it's somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they
It'll fit.
expressed a
You get to give up
desire
some
for
of the storage
70.
here.
I understand that.
Perfect.
I mean, they
I think
expressed
that
a
gives
desire
us
for
the 30.
70.
We'll
I
write
understand
the
that.
condition.
We're done with
Bottom
that.
line
We'll write
is,
the conditions to say that.
that's up to them to work out within the code.
We'll let you look at it, Jerry, so you can
Yeah.
iron out if we got that one right.
Okay.
Lucky Jerry.
Anything else before Don? I don't think we need a detailed thing.
No, I was gonna suggest, like you've done in other big ones recently, where you just say basically, we've had this discussion.
Okay.
The record reveals what the conditions are gonna
Well,
be.
the only thing I'd like to suggest is, as we went through on our pick list here, we all pretty much agreed on the bulleted variances all the way down to the special conditional use. So my suggestion is we make the special conditional use a separate motion, so that members of the commission don't want to vote yes, they can.
Sure, if you'd
I mean,
like to do it that
that's-
way, that's fair, that's
In
fine.
other words, that's why you kind of did it. So I would suggest one motion that we,
Then can we do, as you state, then what you, I mean, I know what you said, but can you say what was stated, this is what we would, if we're gonna do it separate now?
no, there'll just be 2 motions.
Exactly, so
the
I
first-
want it to be
Well, let me take a
So it
shot at
could
it, and then
be-
you
Yeah,
can
go
correct
ahead
me.
and-
specifically.
We do the
On
conditional
each-
use
on
first
each
and then
thing
everything
now.
else.
We can do the conditional use first. Okay, I'll make a motion for file number 18018, DR CUP Variance Tractor Supply Company, that we approve the special conditional use variance as defined by the staff recommendation on the middle of page 64, except that we changed the 17,207 square feet to 19,515 square feet.
That
And-
works for a motion, I think that's what you talked about.
Yep, and that's a
It's-
minor condition.
The minor
Well,
conditional use.
it says more than 17, the 15% and the 17,207 are both in there.
You can, but that's okay, this will be, your motion will control what the conditions
Okay.
like ultimately, so.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded to, let me see, adjust the minor conditional use permit to reflect 19,515 square feet. correct?
Yeah, approve it for 19.5.
Yes. Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on that one.
Okay, Commissioner Carlton?
Yes.
Commissioner Lasowski?
No.
Commissioner McLean Wenzel?
Yes.
Commissioner Logan?
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley? Oh. Commissioner, sorry.
Present.
Commissioner Abrams?
Yes.
Chairman Crosby?
Yes, motion passes then. Okay, now for your next motion to wrap the rest of it up.
Okay, my next motion, the same file, that we approve the staff variances and adjustments as shown on page 66 of the staff report, and that we deny the special variance to section 17.90.120E.B.2.
Okay, I think that's it.
That's the window treatment, right?
Yeah.
The windows.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, the one, yeah, the one that we are denying is the 25% windows on the activated elevation.
It works.
Okay, motion's been made?
Second.
Been made and seconded?
Do we need to say anything about the bold language?
In 51, that's captured in your discussion.
Okay.
Right. Just say based on findings of fact and staff report. Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on that one.
All right, Commissioner Carlton?
Yes.
Commissioner Lasowski?
Yes.
Commissioner McLean Wenzel?
Yes.
Commissioner Logan?
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams?
Yes.
Chairman Crosby?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. No one can accuse us of moving quickly. Can we move right into the next one?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes. I need some water.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
We take 5 and then we'll.
Take 3, get your water, and get rid of it.
Yeah.
That's just, yes, that'll be, that's part of it.
What was that?
That's part of it. Yeah, that was for
No, you're all good. You can go up and don't worry about it yet.
Once you make this for the record, that's going to be part of the application. So, yeah, that's, yep, absolutely. No, that's what it is. That's one of the elevations, and it's not mine.
There are things that are important. Things that it's kind of interesting to see where the points are. So he said
Yeah.
I got a ton of notes. I got 11 hours.
What's that?
I'm good. I got 11 hours.
Yeah. I'd like to try and get to bed around 9. Yeah, good luck.
Oh, yeah.
I went to I was with my kid. I was like super not feeling good. It's kind of fell asleep at like 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just wanting you to know that they
Oh, I know.
close those fences. And I should have just whispered to you that that gate gets closed except when customers are going in.
Gotcha.
So I just operationally just, anyway, I apologize for
Oh, no problem.
interjecting.
No apology needed.
Thank you guys for putting all that work.
I can tell.
I was just letting him know he's wanting to talk, so if you guys want to go. Sure. We'll be talking soon.
Thank you guys. Take care. Thank you.
So,
Good night. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, thank you, Trey.
Yeah, I just fell asleep.
Enjoy talking to you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Went to my best
If they had to go from
Talladega.
When's the last time you got 11 hours of sleep?
Thank you, gentlemen.
And when you get.
It was awesome.
They go through the transcripts there.
She said she could sleep 9.
Here's what we want.
Sleep in the bed, so she was awesome.
They made it.
Okay, we need our recorder here. All right. I gotta read through this stuff again. Can't we put it on the video? We got the stuff, we can just flip the video on.
Yeah, it would be good.
I mean, we got a standard line. He leaves every time we start.
I'm not leaving.
You're not leaving on this one. Excellent. Oh, wait.
Todd, have you worked on this one too?
No, that's not.
Good.
What you been doing?
Oh, just sitting around. Letting some other businesses have a shot at it.
Yeah, we don't want to have a monopoly.
Well, I'm just gonna wait for Rebecca.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think she stepped away from the bathroom real fast, yeah.
David, question for you, for Todd. When he recuses himself because he's worked on it, that does not preclude us from asking him a question as an audience member, does it? Or does that put us in a...
It doesn't, though. I think it probably puts Todd in
Puts me in a tough spot.
a bit of a tough spot, because he's got his own, independent of land use issues and ethical issues, he has and tell me if I'm got this wrong, but there's a rule that's applicable to engineers about how he can and can't participate in something that he's worked on if he sits on a planning commission or a city council.
But I mean, if he's out there, he's recused himself.
Right.
Even though he's, okay.
But he has a relationship with us.
Yeah, the engineering ethics board, that section of the administrative rules, it talks pretty clearly about I can't represent the city and I can't represent the client either.
At all.
So if you ask me a question,
Yeah.
I might just not answer it.
What a
Yeah, you can ask the question, you just may not get an answer.
You give us his attorney answer. Maybe so.
It depends.
Maybe not.
Is it morning?
Okay, here's my agenda here. All right, we ready to roll? Okay, we will open public hearing at 10:30. This is a code interpretation on Windows. This is file number 18-027. Interpretation. All right, I've done that. Any abstentions from the Planning Commission?
This appears to be more entertaining.
Or any conflict of interest to declare? Ex parte contact? Nothing seen? Everybody's familiar with, you should be after the last meeting, the piece of dirt we're talking about? I'll call for challenges to the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, or any challenge to any individual member of the Planning Commission. Okay, if you testify, you must raise all issues at this hearing. Your comments should state why the application should or should not be approved, or include proposed modifications you believe are necessary for approval according to the standards. If you do not raise specific issues at the final evidentiary hearing, or by close of the record, or fail to provide statements or evidence to allow the local government or its designee to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal the decision to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that particular issue. Failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the local government or its designee to respond to the issue precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Any party has the right to request a continuance of the public hearing, or in the alternative, to have the record remain open. Staff report.
Okay, so I don't know if we've done a code interpretation. At least I couldn't find any on record. So this might be a first. We have 3 pre-app notes included in your packet tonight, with basically what we've told the applicant over 3 different meetings, or the applicant's representative. We also have 1 public comment from Mr. Kasab, who owns the theater over there on Champion Way. And then, unlike most of the times, I didn't actually seek any agency comments, because this is purely a design review question tonight before you. Basically, the entire The code interpretation is, and then the other questions that I laid out in here that I want or would prefer you guys to answer for us tonight are also laid out in here. However, since it was the first code interpretation that I know of on file, or at least from when our records on the computer go back to 1996, we've never had one that I could find. So I did have Mr. Doofman look over our staff report and give me any thoughts he had and feedback, because we didn't really have anything to run it against. I think he made a few minor changes in it, but nothing too big. But so it has been vetted by a city attorney, but no other agencies or staff or anything like that. So I'll just pull up this first slide here. This is basically where it's located. It's part of the lot that you were just looking at for the Tractor Supply store. As I said, this area and the one that's the Tractor Supply does have a minor conditional, or a minor partition approved. That was reviewed by staff, and so it has tentative approval, and then I would believe that they'll probably finish approval and finalize it in the county. The request before you tonight is an interpretation, and this was from the applicant, for reducing the required window area on the storage buildings being proposed. The ruling would only apply to the storage buildings on this site and not generally to the I-1 zone. So it is site specific, so, but you are giving a code interpretation on what the code means, so what you do tell us tonight will be used by staff for future interpretations. So just to let you know. The proposal is a mini storage facility, which is allowed as a use within this zone, but independent of the use, no matter if it's a restaurant, mini storage facility, retail, gas station, whatever it is, the Sandy style requirements still do apply to the building facades. So just a little bit of background. We had 3 pre-app meetings. Basically, in all 3 pre-app meetings, I told the applicant a consistent message of that I do not believe that garage doors count as windows. They're not transparent, and as I've laid out in this document, when there isn't a definition for something in our code, it tells us that you go to a dictionary. So I cited in here from Merriam-Webster and from Cambridge what on page 5 what a doorway is and also what a window is. And after reading through, I actually looked at many other dictionaries besides these 2, but I just want to quote 2 for your assistance here, is that basically, unless it's a man door with glass, so like a shop entry or like what Hicks-Snedeker was just proposing on the front of the building, where it'd be like a glass entry door, it's not meeting the intent or definition of what a window is, in my opinion. It also speaks in the code about that windows are supposed to be transparent, and I don't think you could have a translucent door that's not a window. So I don't think there's any way of really what I would call kind of fluffing or faking the code to say that a garage door would be considered a window. So my interpretation of our code section is that in 1790, 120 E, it says the intent of windows is to promote business vitality, public safety, and aesthetics through effective window placement and design consistent with Sandy style. It goes on to say unified design building plans. So they're proposing 5 buildings with this. So this is why I took into this section or looked at this section. Is unified design building plans must provide for unity in window placement and design so that all sides of a building relate to one another and multiple buildings on a development site relate to one another. So I think that's where it's saying all buildings on the site are going to have windows, not just 1 or 2. It goes on to say the ground floor windows, the ground floor elevation of all new buildings shall contain. So right here it's saying ground floor windows, and then it goes on to say shall contain ground floor display areas, windows, and doorways on the activated frontage. I think the applicant, from what I understand, as I put on page 2 or page 3 in here, it's a little confusing what their narrative is truly asking for. It seems more like a variance request than a code interpretation request, but they did ask for a code interpretation. That's what they applied for. In our incompleteness letter, I did say that I believe this narrative needs to be a little bit more directed to being a code interpretation, and they did modify it, but it still is asking, I think, for more of an adjustment or variance than a code interpretation. So, but based on 3 pre-apps and other conversations with the owner, Mr. Benson, and his representative, Mr. Paul, I believe what they're interpreting 1790-122 is that doorways, when it says it right there, would count towards the elevation numbers below. What I believe the code is saying is that ground floor windows, so if a doorway has window glass in it, then it counts to that percent. I don't think the code was ever intending for a doorway without glass to count towards this percentage.
At the top of the,
What's that?
well, the next, following that, I'm back on page 25, 26 of the prior
Oh.
applicant, because they got the code.
Right.
You have a table, and the percentages at the top say % windows required.
Correct.
But is this specific to the word windows? I see where they're getting the word doorway, but at the end of the day, this table says windows.
Right. So if you keep going, so I kind of walked through, if there's not an actual definition, how we define that through the dictionary and all of that jazz. So therefore, with that analysis that we did on basically page 4 and 5, staff finds that garage doors and man doors without glass do not achieve the requirements of 1790-120E and do not qualify as windows under the current code. In addition to getting an interpretation on what the applicant is asking for and what staff believes the code says, which is why you're here mainly tonight, since we're before you, and it's 10:40, I don't want to bring this back before you again if we don't have to. The code does say some other things. So it says that each building, so there's going to be 5 buildings on the site, and I'll show you some pictures here in a minute, should have an activated frontage, which we just talked about, which means each building should have a door with a walkway up to the building. Now, is that very practical when most of these buildings are being used by mini storages, and really it's just garage entry mini storages? I don't know, but our code would require it, so I'm looking for direction from you on how you'd like to proceed with that. Another thing it basically talks about is if they're going to use fake windows, as we just talked about. So there's 3 things. Is each building required can it be activated? Are we going to allow fake windows? And does each building have to have an entryway facing the public street? Basically the exact same things we just talked about on the other building. So those are 3 things I'd like you to provide input on. As I put in this layout here, building 1, we believe the north elevation facing Highway 26 is the activated frontage. So we believe that the north elevation facing Highway 26 would provide, or would be required to provide, the door, 20% in windows, and then building 2, building 3, building 4, building 5. So basically that walks through what road we think is the activated frontage. So on building 2, it's Champion Way, building 3 through 5, it's Industrial Way. And so we're just looking, and these buildings are all different sizes. So one of them only requires 20% by the table earlier that we were just looking at. The other ones require 30% because the buildings are smaller, so you require more windows on them. And then looking at the unification and design on building 1, we think that, as the applicant's already proposing, is that the east elevation on building 1 would remain with windows to match building 2 along Champion. So we're not requiring anything in addition to what the applicant's already proposing on that elevation, but we'd like direction if you think that should remain to keep that unity and design conformance along Champion Way. So the requirement for building 1 is 20% window coverage. They're proposing 12%. So they're proposing some windows, and I would say it's a lot better attempt at proposing the window coverage than the previous applicant, because they were 8% of the 25 and they're 12% of the 20. So I think the 2 recommendations, if you believe staff's interpretation is correct that garage doors don't count, is the recommendation that I would give is either they have to adhere to the 20% or that they would bring a variance back before you with requiring less or asking for less. And then basically just all this analysis basically keeps going through every building and just basically saying exactly what percentage of windows it has, or some of the buildings 3 for 5. The applicant stated that there's virtually no exposure from any roads, but I'll show you in the 3D modeling that they did. I believe that there will be. They also show in the 3D modeling a lot of landscaping, We don't know if that landscaping is proposed or actual, but just from going out to the site, it doesn't look like it would be it doesn't look like existing landscaping, so I don't know if they're proposing it. I'll show you here in a second. And that's on page 7 on the last paragraph there, before into the summary and recommendation. So the 3D rendering showed trees that appear to block the south elevation of building 2 and a majority of the south elevation of buildings 3 and 4. However, based on Google Earth imagery and also just from being on the site quite a bit over the years since I've worked here, is I don't think that would actually be accurate to what is existing on site. So let me just walk you through some slides here. So this is what they're proposing. The Tractor Supply site, which is 2.63 acres that you're just looking at, is kind of in the middle of this. And then what they're looking at is building 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then on this one, we highlighted where we believe the activated frontages are, which is the yellow. But for some reason on the south side of building 3, it didn't show up. But if you look at our analysis, that's where we think the activated frontage is. This is what they're proposing for building 1. So again, I mean, they're putting windows in. It's just that they're not meeting the 20%. And since it's in, as I said in the last hearing, if it was in any other code section and it's a quantifiable number, the applicant could put 16% windows and ask for a type 2 adjustment. And as the director, I could approve that if I felt like it was meeting the intent of the code. 1790 doesn't allow me to do that. So unless they put in 20%, or unless you feel that our code interpretation is incorrect and the applicant's is right, that doorways do count, the only way to have less than 20% window coverage would be to come to you for a variance. There's no way I can just approve it. The code's not set up that way. Here is building 1 and 2 facing Champion. Building 1 facing Champion I think looks great. I mean, they're way over the 20%. I think it just looks really good. Building 2, I think they're pretty close there. Oh, they're at, so they would need 30%, they're at 23%. So I don't know if they could throw one more window in there or if they would ask for a variance on that. And then buildings 3, 4, and 5. So this is 4 and 5. What you would see from the road is just block veneer, it says, and hardy siding, so no windows. Building 3, which is kind of up the hill a little bit more, you would be able to see some garage. So building 3, as you'll see in the 3D modeling, you'd only see some of it because part of it's going to be blocked by the building in front of it, but there's no proposed windows currently. So here's the 3D model. That big box kind of on the right-hand side, I think it was just kind of an attempt to throw kind of where Tractor Supply is. I don't think it accurately reflects exactly what's going to be there, but it kind of gives you an idea of where these 5 buildings are in relationship to the Tractor Supply building. And then Mr. Whitney also put in some retaining walls on there, as you can see, to show kind of the elevation grade change. And in the bottom corner here, that's the AMPM that's existing with the canopy out front. So if you zoom in, that's what it would look like with what they're proposing. Here's what it would look like from Champion on buildings 1 and buildings 2. And again, it's hard to tell, but I don't know if some of these trees on here are existing or if they're being proposed, but so that'd be something we would want clarity on. Let's kind of repeat. That's from the highway looking through Tractor Supply, so it is going to be pretty limited with both Tractor Supply and that retaining wall. It would be very limited to see buildings 3 through 5 from the road, from Highway 26. So if we go down to Industrial Way, remember eventually Industrial Way is planned to extend west and meet up with Orient Drive. So there will be more traffic on it at some point in the future. So this is what they're basically showing in the 3D modeling. My understanding, and I think the applicant can speak to this more, but I think they're proposing like these in 2 phases. So I think that's why they have more details on buildings 1 and 2, because I think they would build those first, from my understanding, and then come back later on and build 3 through 5. So I can understand why they haven't went through the expense to model these out. There's really no reason if they're not doing it now. So we would just want direction on the code interpretation, and then dependent on that, where you'd like to see activation on these buildings, essentially. But I was fine with what they showed here because they're not even planning it except for a future phase. And that pretty much ends the slideshow. And then so basically if you look at the summary and recommendation on page 7, it's basically asking for the interpretation, and then it's just asking for that other information from you, like what size activated frontage? Do you want to require entry doors in each one of these, or fake entry doors? Are you fine with fake glass? So it's just kind of asking those questions, and I want to get your feedback now so that when Mr. Benson comes in with the application, that I can tell him, okay, here's the variances you need to apply for based on what you're giving us, so that then we don't have to come back before you again to get that. So, because these buildings will take, if there's any variances, we'll take one more trip before you guys to get approval, but I don't want to make that 2 more trips before you guys to get a reading. So that's basically the staff summary there.
Okay, any questions of staff right now?
So you had 3 things or 2 key things? I had 3. You want interpretation of garage doors, 1. You want our interpretation of which is the activated side of the building?
Yeah, of every building.
And is that it?
If you want, the code would say you have to have main entryways off of every building. And the code would also say if you want fake windows, you'd have to apply for a variance, just like Hicks Snedeker just did for Tractor Supply. And then we're just looking for more explanation from the applicant on the tree vegetation stuff on the 3D renderings, if those are existing or.
And is a fake window and a faux window the same?
Yeah.
Faux, fake, yeah.
Oh, it's fake.
Just
Faux, kung fu,
just
whatever you
out
want
of
to
the
say.
news media, the dictionary.
Yeah, it is, same thing. Yeah.
Okay, applicant presentation.
Good evening. I'm Bill Whitney with Whitney Access Design Group in Gresham. Address is 52 Northwest 2nd Street. Promise to keep this brief. I know you guys would love to get home. I'm sure I won't bring up any doorways to nowhere or anything like that. Part of the context of this is, going through pre-apps 3 times, is that the project has been a moving target the whole time. In the beginning, Tractor Supply wasn't involved. In the beginning, it was 2 buildings rather than 5. 5 is actually morphed to 4 now. Even 5 is no longer part of the application, or going to be part of the application. So and as I got further into it, I understood that it really ultimately is a variance or adjustment issue. I hadn't been aware of the code interpretation thing as much, and my understanding was there a little bit more flexibility in the way you apply Sandy style than I found out tonight. So anyways, I think it's important to understand the context of the buildings. They're even building 1, the highest is 10 foot. Its floor level is 10 foot below the sidewalk in front of the ARCO station. So buildings recede down the hill, so their visibility from 26 is fairly limited. When you consider that the Tractor Supply building, ARCO, the gas pump station roof, they're all obstacles or somewhat screening the buildings. I think you can.
You want me to open yours?
Yeah, if you could look on the one that shows the retaining wall. So I'm not sure that it showed real well on Tractor Supply's application, but that they've created a flat plateau there with a fairly tall retaining wall on the south. That really does screen quite a bit of building 3 and 4 for that matter. The trees, answer your question, Kelly, trees, I didn't actually do this myself. I think some of the trees are intended, particularly at building 4 on the top there, top right. Those are intended to be added to help by screening at building 4. Some of the other considerations are that building 3 is now 20 feet shorter, and building 4 is about also 20 foot longer. So Building 3 is really going to be screened, probably 75–80% of it's going to be screened from the industrial way. So that was one of the questions, you know. That,
does this help here? Just to, oh, sorry, you can.
Yeah, that helps, and that's actually done before we made the changes. Changes in the building size became apparently needed because we finally got definition of the setback line at the creek or the water feature below, so we had to modify footprints of the several buildings. So one of the questions, I guess, was that you posed, Kelly, was the how to choose the activated frontages, and the question I had, you know, that would be under the heading of interpretation is how do you define window percentage required when the building is screened and activated, so-called activated facade is screened from the road. That would be true in case of building 3 there. Really important to understand self-storage, you know, really depends on overhead doors. So the ability to, and available windows or wall surface for windows is really limited. Particularly on, you know, if we look at building 1 facing 26, that's a primary entry. That's because of the easy access from Champion Way. Those are the units that will be most valuable to Mark in developing this. And to have to sacrifice some of those for windows is really a hardship for his making this viable. I know that's not part of your purview here, but it's a, you know, if you can put yourself in his shoes, that's a big factor. What else?
Did you had some slides here, didn't you? Do you want me to pull those open?
The other views of that? Or?
I don't know. I downloaded some stuff for you here.
They're just different views of the same.
I mean, do you want them open or? Oh, sorry.
That's not
You get a little cute.
We have to deal with that screensaver all the time.
Hey, I changed it.
It's actually new.
That was a new one.
So I don't know if these are different or if.
There's 7 of them, and so they're all different views of the same model.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, self-storage is really tough. It's a allowed use here, but it requires the overhead doors. It requires for the smaller interior units, they need to be off of double-loaded corridors, so that they just don't work putting a corridor along an exterior wall where you might have a window. Just because sacrificing overhead doors and exterior wall becomes a real sacrifice to the efficiency of how these things are used. One of the other issues that you brought up was main entries. These buildings do not have main entries other than the first building where there's an office space and parking in front there. So to require something special on one of the entries is one of those flow issues. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't help us at all. Another question I have that could be interpreted, I guess, is what if we have a 5-foot recessed entryway that's covered? Does that count for your standard for an entryway? We've kind of focused on the Champion Way side and the to a lesser degree on the 26th side of Building 1. We've given those the character that we talked about, design unity. Those are related to the Arco station with the truss, with the gable truss roof over the entryways. But the other buildings, just it's pretty expensive to go to all that trouble to put up a fancy truss there. So we've just, if you look at the plan on your what you were given in our application, the 5 building plans, they have recessed entryways, each of them. Every time there's an entryway, it's recessed and covered. So hopefully that solves the issue of the accentuated entry. Let's see what else. Hopefully, and this is going to become a bigger issue once we get into actually doing the next round of design review. But what we did was emphasize besides the face Champion Way, that was deemed as the front of the property, and so we put more emphasis there, more windows, more little shed roof canopy covers over the windows there. So there's a fair amount of expense and detail that we present there. So hopefully that kind of balances out some of the other parts of the development that are planar. And I know windows is really what we're after tonight, but we'll be facing these kind of issues again next round. Anyways, last thing I wanted to say is just that I did several buildings in Sandy back in probably a decade ago, and that was before Sandy Style, and Sandy Town Square was one of them, and the Schuler building. And I just have to say that those were done solely on the owner's initiative, the extra detail they put in on those. So it does work, and it does. I know you all are believers in the Sandy Style, and there's some value there, but to be that rigid in its interpretation isn't always necessary. The business owners that have a stake in success of their business and attracting customers, a lot of times are going to care enough to do a good job without every last little window mullion being prescribed. That's my 2 cents anyways.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Wants to say something.
Hey guys, I know it's late, so I'm going to be brief. Just read a couple of notes. I'll be very brief, but thanks for putting up with me.
Your name
I want to
again.
address a couple quick
Your
things.
name again.
What's that? Oh, Mark Benson,
And
1635, 16035 Champion Way, Sandy. Sorry about that. Thank you. We built the AMPM. Our property taxes are $45,000 a year. The Shell station up the street, $6,000. I tried to appeal the property taxes. I was told by the county assessor, and when I went to through Superior Court, Sandy Style. That's what it costs to build. That's what we're charging you. So the Sandy Style is a regressive positive. In other words, it's a future tax, and it's being imposed right now, not just the cost. So I just want to bring that up because it is very, very damaging. A couple quick things talking about this. We would like to get an interpretation on the windows. If you want to be 20%, show us where to put them. I'm wide open. Just show me where to put them on here. That's where I'm having the problem. And remember, in the Windows section, it does say business vitality, and that's right there in the same line too. So I would just ask for that direction. Couple quick things, guys. We got to pay attention to where the market is. When Sandy Style went in, Troutdale was not picking up 1 million square feet for Amazon. The consumer drives the way the business is going to work, and you're going to experience that not just with Tractor Supply, myself, but everybody else. And so we're in a margin compression like we've never been before, and we've got to think about that. And the one group of people that are pretty smart thinking about it are the banks, because the banks aren't going to loan the money. And we can say we want to have the most beautiful thing in the world, but it may not go because you can't afford to build it and then make this thing work. So right now, my outside expert is telling me that I'm going to be a minimum of 25% to achieve this Sandy style increased costs, which is significant when you look at my business. Well, somebody who's going to store Aunt Tilly's piano, going to store it and pay 25% more because we've got beams and windows and everything else. We're trying to accommodate the Sandy style, but at the end of the day, we got to be viable. And I've tried, I've owned the property for 12 years. I'm paying $20,000 a year for that raw land just to sit, just to let you know. A code originally, when I understood the code originally, was you do not count door space as wall. And wall is not in the code, but I was under the impression originally that was what it was. So you subtract out the door space and whatever is wall is what you count for windows. Again, that was my interpretation. That's what I was led to believe. At the end of the day, guys, two things, and a couple of these things, and I hope you take it in the spirit that it's tried to go, or actually three things. One is, interior is not going to be public space. So building 2, 3, and 4 are all going to be behind gates. So to have a public space with a sidewalk out to the main drag, it isn't going to work because we're not going to have it open to the public. It's only going to be for people that are renting mini storage. So that's number one. 2, the second item that we're looking at out there is the trees and the creek bed. I don't want to challenge anybody because it'd be very difficult, and I don't think you can walk through that creek bed. The trees and the brush and everything's so thick, just to let you know. So I do think it's going to do a lot of screening from the road. But the main thing is we look forward. Remember the Sandy Gateway plan? Remember those charrettes we all went to? I spent a lot of time going to those. And we shelled the whole thing. I'm not saying we shell the Sandy style, but I am saying that we've got to be intelligent on how we implement it. And if the project doesn't hold space for it, then we gotta come up with an adjustment. That's what I'm out here pleading for right now. And last but not least, if we do put windows, then the code is silent on what do the bars look like that I gotta put over the windows, because it doesn't speak to that. Do I put steel? Do I put aluminum? Do I put mesh? What do I put over? So I'm just coming forward and just asking, if you're storing product in this facility, you want to make sure it's secure. That's what it's about. So I've equated, and Kelly's heard me over and over again, putting 20% windows on a mini storage, in my opinion, equates with putting a screen door on a submarine. Sound like a good idea until we actually started to use it. It didn't work so good. That's what I'm here. I'm just trying to be realistic. I've worked in the community. I think I've done a good job at trying to do things right. And I'm just asking for this one. So if you have another idea of how to handle the windows, I'm wide open. I'd certainly investigate it. Let's put it that way. Any questions for me at this point? Told you I'd be brief.
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Val, do we have any proponent testimony in favor of the application? Our audience has dwindled. Or opponent, not in favor? Or from our friendly advisor, Daisy, comments? Give us some ideas.
Keep it short.
I know it's not a variance, so I won't say a whole lot, but I will give credit to the mini storage. It actually looks really nice for a storage facility.
Yes, it does.
But the recessed pockets at the door is a really nice feature for someone who's used storage. It's a little space if it's raining. But a way to add a window if you wanted to is not get rid of that pocket. It is a really nice pocket. But if you got rid of the pocket, you'd have a straight wall. They're saving costs because they're not doing the pocket, so you can put that cost towards the window, and there's this little odd space on the other side based on their plan. But that was the only other way I saw you could add windows, but you sacrifice the entry pocket, which is a nice break from the long elevation. So I do give them credit for having that little pocket. So I just wanted to note that.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I actually think those are nice little recess pockets, and I agree with her.
Okay, recap. Anything?
I was just looking for something in the code here. So, yeah, with building 5 not being part of the future development, that wouldn't change any of the recommendations we'd be getting from you tonight, I don't think. does add a little bit to the complexity of kind of an evolving site plan without knowing, but I think you could give us direction on it anyways, just in case it got added back. I think I know the activated frontage would be industrial, so it'd be fine. I do agree that variances would have been the better route. So, okay, it was good to get the clarity on the trees being added. That's what we kind of assumed. And then if there are any other variances or during the next land use submittal, then we would need to see the buildings, the revised sizes, obviously. Yeah, the removing of the garages being a hardship, I don't have a code criteria to run that against, so I believe they would be. It'd be less rentable space, so. And yeah, building one, yeah, we realized that was the only one with the entryway, so we were trying to get an interpretation from you guys if you wanted them to all be activated. Are you going to want door entryways on all these? I mean, either way, it would have to. If you say no entryways, that's not going to waive that. It'd still have to bring it for you for a variance. But then we would kind of know what the expectation was being set up for the variance. Property tax increase, I can't talk to that. I'm not an assessor. I do know when you construct a new project that it gets assessed at that point. You construct it. If you have a 60-year-old building, it's assessed at that time, and then by state law, unless you do significant improvements to the building, it can only go up 3% a year. So that, like if you have a 1960s house, you're probably paying a lot less than your neighbor who has a 1980s house, and your increase is lower because you can only go up 3%. So, and then the 20% windows, if we're going to require that, where should they go? That's typically not the staff's job. That would be the architect's job to find that out. So. I sympathize with having all those garage doors. That would be tough to meet, but I don't have a good answer for that. So that's pretty much my summary.
Okay. You have opportunity for rebuttal.
Just very short and sweet. Oh,
yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead. Very short and sweet.
Yeah.
Property taxes, I'll be the first one to say, I don't understand in Oregon. It's confused the crud out of me. But I can tell you that normally, and I verified this in Oregon, when a property changes hands is when the value resets. Period. Doesn't matter how old the building is. Shorty's Corner is paying $4,200 a year taxes. Highway 26, same gig. You know, so when I look at taxes, the Sandy style has a massive impact upon taxes. And I think that one of the things I've asked the mayor to do is when people invest in the community, when I sell you a truck, Ford Motor Company calls and says, how do you do? Did he treat you okay? I think we should do the same thing here. Talk to guys that are investing and saying, was it quick enough? Did we get things done quickly enough? Did we give good answers? Did we make a business that would actually work? That's important. So I just wanted to finish with that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So on the tax issue, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about tonight.
Right.
But it doesn't actually reset on sale. That's been something that's been talked about as maybe making it a little bit fairer. But absolutely, new construction is going to be taxed at a higher rate than anything that hasn't gone through, as Kelly said, any sort of, basically your taxes are frozen at 1990 levels unless you do some sort of major remodel. Or you build something new. Anything new out the gate, it's going to be assessed at whatever that new value is. But that's a structural issue. That's nothing that Sandy controls. The second piece I would say to this, and I don't mean to be speaking out of school because this is a legislative issue, but to the extent that there are uses that the Sandy style maybe doesn't really neatly apply to, that's always something that the code can be changed. Now, whether there's the will to do that legislatively, I don't know. But that's another option that doesn't really fit in neatly to whether it's variance or whether it's an interpretation. It gets down to potentially a code change. That's a separate process, nothing you do tonight. The code is what it is, but the code can always change too. So.
Okay. All right.
Let's go from that end.
Oh.
We should.
Could you put, Kelly, could you put the diagram back up again?
I was going to actually look for something on my
two,
computer. But
timed out or something?
No, my computer timed out. Hold on one second.
Well, while he's doing that, I just want to make sure we understand that this request for an interpretation is not that we are just advising Kelly, giving him our thoughts. We are making the decision on the interpretation. So it's I clarified that with him today, because
On the windows.
On the windows, right. That's the specific interpretation he's asking us for.
So were we looking specifically at this site or just at the code as it's written?
It's ultimately the code as it's written, because
Right.
as
So
it would
really,
apply in
this is
this,
such
in
a
the zone.
unique building that what they really need is a variance for a storage building.
Well, that's for you to ultimately determine whether, I mean, that's part of the question about whether the interpretation is over windows, what does the code say about it?
Right.
You should answer that first, but.
The issue here to me is pretty simple, and that is that if you look at the front of the I-1 code, it says the storage units are outright permitted use. Okay, no problem. Then we slap Sandy Style on top of that, and we all look at a storage unit, and they go, because they're not a public building, they're different, okay? So, and most of them, as you see, are not constructed as nicely as what you show anyway. That's why he said 25% more. Well, one of the reasons is you go to Estacada, and it's all just quickly thrown up with a bunch of metal, and it's done, you know? So, to me, that's the big issue, is you have a outright permitted use that makes sense, but when you put Sandy Style on that permitted use, as opposed to a public building, it creates a lot of questions. You know, so, you know, that's why they're struggling a little bit somewhat with it. But at the end of the day, the first sentence he has here is, he wants interpretation of a garage door as a window. And if you read the dictionary, the answer is no. So if that's all we're here to do.
That's what the thing that Kelly's asked us to help him on, that interpretation. Can an applicant or a developer, whatever, consider a garage door as qualifying for ground floor windows on the activated frontage of buildings? That's a simple yes or no question of us.
Seems like a no to me. By the dictionary.
Yeah,
We'll do a poll.
That doesn't mean they can't do the project.
Yeah.
Correct.
I just want to say before we do the poll, because I think this is going to be pretty obvious. I think that if they came back with a variance, what they're proposing here, it feels like they're in the spirit of they're wanting to do, I mean, a storage unit with Sandy Style. You have to be creative, but are those doors windows?
Yeah, because there's more to Sandy Style than windows. I mean, let's take the front of Fred Meyer for a moment.
Let's take a poll.
You know, we went through all of that.
We're doing a poll.
Okay.
Where are you at, Ron?
No, it's not a window.
Not a window.
No.
No, sir.
Not a window, I agree, it's not a window.
Okay, and I would say the same.
But I agree, if there were ever an instance where there should be some variances and flexibility in the Sandy Style, this is it.
Yeah, because you can do a lot with paint. You can do a lot with paint and push poles and things like that to make things look attractive.
Well,
and these are on two buildings, so
these are on two buildings,
are more problematic.
But then we go back and we just pretty much hammered the Tractor Supply store, okay, because they had the activated 26. And when we go down on the, I think it's buildings 3 and 4, where their south side's facing Industrial Way, and they're blank walls, all right?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, that's just a no-go. And again, in terms of doors versus faux windows, you could dress it up and make it look a heck of a lot better, all right? So there's things that can be done. I don't think it's 25% more for the whole thing on it. When we looked at it before, we always came around to looking at 10, maybe 15% more for the Sandy Style, but that, I mean, that's outside of here anyway. But the other one, even on some of the garage doors, some of them you can dress up with windows looking like it. I mean, they have some pretty nice looking faux doors that are in houses now, that you could fake it out a little bit, but I'm not sure how good that would look with 20 of them all in a row. Okay. So the big thing to me is the activation towards the street. And if you look at the ones that's on Champion, even though it's a skinny little end, they basically achieved that. So I'm happy. I think that's great. So going down the north side of Building 1, it looks nice to have some articulation to the building, etc. So I mean, I think they're there. And restating again, the back sides of south sides of 3 and 4, you can dress it up and make it look quite a bit different as opposed to a blank wall, because that is gonna be a through street someday. And kind of what's good for the Tractor Supply is,
I think they're different stories, but, you know, it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a duck, and this is a storage unit.
Boy, we haven't heard
And
that
it-
for a while.
you know, Okay, it's a beaver. It looks like a beaver, talks like a beaver, but it is, and I think it's a pretty nice looking storage facility, you know, from at least this design standpoint, so there's something to work from.
Kelly, Kelly, you're Building 2, I know, I'm hoping that we're working on this. Staff would also like direction from the planning commission on which sides of the proposed building should be assigned as the activated frontage. On building 2, is the yellow just on that front end?
I mean, I think it would be on both.
Oh, okay, it looks like it's on the one, which I would feel would probably be more accurate. The elevation that you showed us included
Oh, this one here.
the,
But that's if the screening's really there or not.
no, there was another one where we saw the,
Oh, this right here.
This
Yeah.
one here on the left, when actually that looks like it's a solid wall, but I don't think it is. Half of that, the left half of that wall is quite a ways back
Right,
down the
and
building.
then you can
Yeah, it looks pretty fair.
See, so.
Yeah, that could be screened anyway.
So I would think that on building 2, that just that little front part, which they may have already accomplished, because I think you said they already had pretty close.
23%.
Yeah, well, if you take off that whole half, they
Right,
probably.
no, then they would accomplish it easy.
They'd accomplish it there.
but going back to Don's slippery slope, okay, because if you take it off, it's an activated surface, and really, going back and putting something faux up, like we're asking Tractor Supply to do, they're gonna hit it, and they can still maintain the percentages on it, so.
Yeah, I mean, they could put a full window on that back wall, it's just gonna be way back
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
That's 100 feet back, you wouldn't even see it. It'll be in
Yeah.
the trees too.
So the one thing,
That we're back to again is, I'm kind of confused, are we looking for interpretation, or are we approving this plan?
you're not approving anything.
No, we're not approving the plan.
Well, that's, yeah, okay.
You're giving me some guidance because, so you already basically said you haven't made a motion on it yet, but you basically said the code interpretation fails in the sense that you're going with what staff's recommending, that a doorway doesn't count as a window.
Yeah.
Correct.
Now, on these other things, so building 2, regardless of what it looks like, the code would require that there's an entryway from, I'm not saying if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but the code currently says that to be an activated frontage, it has to have the windows, the entryway with the 5-foot overhang, with the walkway to the road, to the sidewalk. So that's what I'm saying, all these by code would require a
Right.
door.
Yeah, but
So
they
the
could,
only way
but-
around that is a variance.
But
for
they could
That they would have to bring before you,
Yeah.
correct?
yeah, that's
So
a
then that's-
variance, which would make sense, because what are you entering?
So activated or not.
So, but what I need direction on is what,
Would you be inclined to be favorable to that variance?
and even more so than that, is what I'm considering, or Emily and I, because Emily helped me out on this one, what we're considering the activated frontage on page 6.
Right.
Are you in agreement with those elevations being the activated
Right,
frontage?
and what-
Because if they are, then I can tell Mr. Benson and Mr. Whitney what variance, so they'll give me a revised elevation of all 4 of those buildings, because it sounds like building 5's out.
And I'm looking.
And then I'll be able to tell them what variances in the code they need to apply for based on what they give me as the elevations.
Perfect.
And then I can bring that back before you guys.
Okay, and you said on building 3, the northernmost one, the yellow did not show up, but you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there
You had
yet.
the south.
Yeah, let me
wall.
get to that one that you're talking
So
about.
you think it's the north side?
I'd call it the.
No, the
west
south side-
end,
south side.
Whatever's visible from Industrial Way, but to try
the
to.
south
Well, if the trees are there, I don't think you'll see it
That
from
would be the
Industrial
south
Way.
side.
You almost won't see that building at all.
I don't think you'll see either one of those buildings from
Yeah.
Industrial Way unless the trees go away.
So you'll see building
Windows
4.
on the side.
So then it comes back again, does Sandy style go out if it's screened? I mean,
No, it does not.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
The sides here.
Yeah.
like-
That's why I said during the previous land use application is that
Technically so.
the west side of Tractor Supply Store probably should have been a variance. So we were trying to work with them. When we first met with them, they said, we're going to screen that side. And we said, because they were going to do the other 2 sides, and I said, we'll try to work with you, but technically, that should have been a variance. because yes, you're correct, screening does not erase Sandy style. Only in the I-2 zone does it erase doing any building frontage improvements. So independent if there's screening there or not, you'd still have to have the activated frontage with the windows, the entryway, all that.
But that
So as
might-
David said, maybe we're looking at down the line a code change.
Yeah, I think that's.
And I think you need to give me as the director personally more flexibility to make some of these adjustments. So
Yes.
if they propose 18%, I can approve it.
Yes.
But right now I can't. Right now 1790 is untouchable for me.
Well,
So
I think that's just a note,
Mhm.
because we learn as we interpret stuff. It's not right or wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
Because at the end of the day,
Evolves,
if we ever walk
exactly.
out of a planning commission meeting and we don't feel like we've just applied common sense, you know, then I think we've lost it a little bit.
Absolutely.
You know, and sometimes the code makes it difficult for us to do that.
it
Okay?
definitely does.
But the code, as you said, can be changed if we learn and do better. Okay, so.
I mean, I run into code things all the time that in a
Yeah,
perfect
we'll
world where I could
finish.
just use what I would consider common sense, which everybody has a different interpretation, I could just override it. But the code is there for a reason, so I just can't start overriding everything I want to, so.
Yeah, but the key, the
Okay.
whole reason people ask for variances is because they're trying to put something in a spot that's got something unique,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And
Okay, let's try and wrap things up before we have another set of minutes that span 2 dates.
Thank you, Jerry.
Hey, we got the minutes out from last meeting, yeah.
We want to give you direction on which, you ask us for which sides of the proposed buildings to be activated. I think you heard from us, one, we would agree with your yellow. 2, your yellow plus adding the little other wall. You know which one I'm meaning?
Yeah.
Okay. 3 and 4 is where we need to give you advice. There's been some that feel that 3 is going to be blocked from Industrial Way, but pretty much out of, and the size has changed. So let's give him some, at least some general things, because we don't have a specific building length, we don't have a
Correct.
plan, we're not doing it. So in a general sense, what would you say is the activated side to 3 and 4? Number 5 is not going to be there, so it's out of the question.
So it's gonna be the west side, right? Where Industrial Way will,
Industrial Way is looking at
That's
the
south.
south side.
okay, there, this and this.
That's what, yeah, that's where he's put the yellow, is on the south and the west side of
Right.
buildings 3 and 4.
Yeah, so the west side would be semi, I believe, unless they
Yes,
change significantly, yeah.
It
Yeah.
looks like it,
Yeah.
when that road gets more.
So are we comfortable with that, or would you feel differently? The other option, in my thinking, is only the west end.
I would say the west end of 4 and south and west of 3. No, the other way
Other
around.
way
The other way around.
Okay? Do you hear what he said?
The west of 3 and the south and west of 4.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, 'cause remember, he said that, you know, their current plans is 4 is longer, which means it's gonna be more visible, and that 3 is shorter, which means
Yeah.
it'll be more hidden by.
Are we,
It's going to be hidden.
quick
No, sorry,
poll
I
on
was
that
like-
one? Are
That
we-
seems logical to
I'm
me.
like,
We good?
gotta
We
go
good?
back
You
to
mentioned it.
So, is it the west end of 4 and the?
It's really late.
West, south and west of 4,
Oh my gosh.
And
Okay, yeah.
and only the west of 3.
Yeah.
Only the west.
Yeah, got it.
the whole south will be hidden practically.
Well, I'm just going off, I haven't seen the plan, so
Yeah,
it's not,
right.
I can't, I would say until I see it, until 3 is
Right.
blocked by 4.
Right.
Right, but
Right,
that
these
would
three
be our leaning,
Okay,
okay?
that direction.
Okay, and then you just talk about a variance there, which makes sense. And then you would like us to define if each building is required to include a main entryway, and if faux, windows can count towards the window coverage requirement. Because what we've just said, if we've said that these yellow sides are activated, they have to have an entry. And you're
That's
asking.
what code says, yeah.
Yeah.
Or a fake entry.
Yeah, or a faux entry. Okay, the last sentence regards the applicant. So you wanted us to help you in defining if each building is required to include a main entry and if there are windows.
Yeah, the code does require that each building would have an entry.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to get a pulse of how that's.
Okay,
yeah.
so you would want to know what our leanings would be on a variance. Because that's how it'd have to come.
Yeah, I mean, should they, I guess all I would ask for is, should they plan for fake entries?
I would vote for planning for fake windows and the relief, so it's just not a side of a ship. But I would be okay without the doorways.
And you're not here to decide that, I'm just trying to get some direction for the applicant.
I would be okay without the doors too, just because they go to nowhere. And on building 2, you really don't have room for the door. Their picture shows some nice windows and stuff, which kind of takes up that facade.
And
The other
there's a
piece,
door.
100 feet
Common
back,
sense.
100 feet back is like,
But I think it's because of what they're proposing, right? Because again,
Right.
to Ron's point, you're basically requiring something faux of the applicant that preceded you.
Yeah.
But there you're talking about a building that has a lot of, it's a retail building.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a very
It's a
different
retail
use,
commercial
yeah.
building, this is not that.
and we want it, the bottom line of Sandy style is we want it to look nice. At the end of the day, that's what you're after. And the code tries to get us to that spot.
Mm-hmm. John?
And building 1 takes care of the intent of Sandy style.
I agree.
Pretty much for the whole thing, in my
I
eyes.
think, yeah, it's
You get the feel that it's the mothership of
Yeah.
the
Well, it's
project.
the one you see, it's the prominent one.
But if you're gonna drive down industrial when it's
Right,
connected,
then you're
it's
not,
not the, the other.
you lost it.
And again, I think honestly, with some simple things put on the back, because if they came through, they're gonna have to have the change relief, some little change in the roof line, et cetera, and some faux windows tied in with it, a couple beams here and there.
Mhm.
I mean, honestly,
And next thing you know, you got a bakery.
yeah.
Okay. We haven't done a motion yet, but Kelly, do you feel comfortable that we've covered what you've asked us?
I do.
Asked of
And
us.
to be clear, the motion just has to cover the interpretation. not-
Correct.
Covered,
That's right.
so how are we gonna play that out with as first, as second, as finishing it though, right? As your final with this,
It just has to be the.
All they're gonna do is the code interpretation.
Yeah.
that,
Right.
exactly,
Yeah.
that's it.
Okay.
And we did.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're
that's,
giving you,
So
we've
however
given
you
you,
guys-
the motion is going
Yeah, I
to be
need to have a,
our
That's
interpretation,
the only real question.
and the rest, we have given you direction. And you have
Correct.
picked up that direction from our discussion, does not need to be motioned.
Correct.
Okay, so the motion only has to speak to whether the property owner is allowed to consider garage doors as qualifying for windows.
So they need to do a motion on it though.
So, we need that,
that's what I was saying. That's what
that
I'm
motion.
Okay, so you are doing a motion?
Well, somebody hasn't, nobody's made a motion yet.
Somebody has to
Yeah.
make a motion.
I'm
I already
waiting.
made one tonight, somebody else's turn.
Okay. Who wants to make one? Or I'll put words in your mouth if you need help.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, all you need to make a motion is that first sentence there.
File number 18-027 IMT Highway 26 storage.
Did we close-
Interpretation.
Did we close the public
No, we
hearing?
did not. Excuse me, I move to close public hearing.
I don't think so, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
moved. Moved.
Long move.
I'll move to.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Almost there.
You normally catch me on this thing.
I know, yeah.
It is 11:30. Okay, now we're gonna work
I'll
on the
make a
motion
motion to approve, well, no.
that we interpret.
That we interpret file number 18-027 IMT Highway 26 storage code interpretation. First sentence you're pointing at here.
Yeah, that the property owner cannot.
The property owner cannot consider or be allowed to consider garage doors as qualifying for ground floor windows on the activated frontage of buildings.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to give an interpretation as stated in the motion. Let's do a roll call.
All right, Commissioner Carlton.
That was pretty good.
Okey dokey.
Look at you go.
I'm ready to get out of here. Yes.
You think at 11:32? Really? Okay, can we do this business?
Yes, roll call.
Commissioner Carlton.
Yes.
Commissioner Lasowski.
See.
Commissioner McLean Wenzel.
Yes.
Commissioner Logan.
Yes.
Commissioner Mobley.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
I can speak. Chairman Crosby.
Yes, motion passes. Now, aren't you glad we covered the things about the quorum before we started the meeting?
Yes. I move we close the meeting.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
It's been moved,
No second.
was there a second? Okay, been moved and seconded to adjourn.
I moved it, they didn't.
All in favor, say aye. See you next month.
Air conditioning on.
I'm like, and I had them.
Well, I think the air conditioning probably like.
Yes, I think we've had that issue before.
Can't get out of here.
That's all I got to tell Beth.